Oh no, racial slur, racial slur, racial slur,
Oh my god,
booby,
no.
booby, 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 booby,
And
booby. There we go.
demonetized. God damn
There we
it.
go.
Well, it's over. Channel has been cancelled
Mm,
for realsies now. Goodbye.
yeah, yeah. Goodbye, everybody. It's been a nice ride, Metals Forge, but now the YouTube bots are going to come, and
Oh,
then
they're
they're
gonna
going to take it
come.
down.
Nice. I'm gonna come too
Yes.
with all the boobs in that show
Oh ho
because they
ho! Oh,
couldn't
ho, ho.
stop coming.
How long did it take? It was like 2 minutes maybe into the first episode, and suddenly there's just a first person, full detail sex scene happening right in front.
That caught me by surprise. I was like, "Whoa!" It was like a jump scare, a porn scene for like a second. It's
Yeah,
like, "Whoa, okay, let me go back."
yeah. It was like a flash porn scene, right? Like it
Yeah,
was just in your face immediately. There was no lead up. It's just literally it's happening for us as it's happening for the character, which is just immediately all at once without any
yeah.
warning.
It's
Oh, hi guys.
but yeah, hello, what's up with boobies? Susan wouldn't like boobs. Yeah, there won't be a lot of footage in the background this time because I'm scared I'm gonna get demonetized. Because there's a lot of nudity and gore in this, so I'm going to keep it light and just show like specific things. I assume I'm going to be going through my copies here in the background, and if there's anything, I'll show some picturoonies and maybe a scene. But yeah, there you go.
It's a
So
big maybe.
I like to look at the pre-show pre-show chat. Sometimes funny stuff in there. What we got here? Excited to see the opinions on this. I think it's good, but maybe getting a little too much praise. Next one is yes. So there could be any amount of time between this now and when I put up the schedule. But yeah, there's nothing funny like last time on She-Hulk, where I had a big lulz. It's just
Yeah.
some opinionades. Yeah, I'm curious how this got onto the Forge list with Meme. I just asked Meme if he wants to watch it, and then I forced him to, and he had no choice. That's how it happened.
Yeah. Funny story too. I already told Metal this, but I think you deserve to know this story too. So when we were arranging times, right? Like we have to wrangle with time zones.
Hmm.
So when you told me, oh, we'll do it this Friday, and I'm just like, oh, this Friday. So you mean your Friday, my Saturday? And it's just like, yeah, 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 yeah. So my brain took that information and it just converted it into meaning, oh, I can watch it by Saturday. I can watch it on Saturday, and it'll be fine. Because it's only like 4 hours long. And then um, I get a message from Metal saying 5 hours from now, and then I quickly realize, oh right, he means my Saturday morning, his Friday evening,
Well, yeah, that's what I
and so
assumed you were telling me. I was like, oh yeah, of course, because of the time difference. Makes sense, like always.
yes, yes. And the thing is, I think I meant that when I sent that message, but then my brain slowly devolved it over time. Like I played a big game of Chinese whispers with itself
Oh,
until eventually it went, oh, okay, Saturday, okay, cool. And then so cram. I had to cram before the test on this one. So I only finished watching the show about 80 minutes ago. So this is going to be a fun and to see just
yeah.
how our perspectives are going to differ on this one, just because of the differences in
Yeah.
time scale there.
Well, I finished it today as well, but I only had the last episode to watch, so I finished it a couple of hours ago. So yeah, I watched it through the days, just panning it throughout the week because I was already also doing my God of War playthroughs, or started them. I'm now at 2, which I've been very much enjoying after the disappointment that was Scorn. I'm finally getting something to play that I really, really enjoy. Because Scorn was awful, and you should all watch the EFAB on it that we did. It's short. It's you can finish the game probably twice if you're speeding through the game when you watch it EFAB, and that EFAB is 3 hours long. So yeah, there was just me, Ragus, and Mupschli, So yeah, because Frongo did not play the Gorm. Lucky him, because Gorm was meant to be my palette cleanser because it looked really cool after Rings of Power and Schalke done, and then
No.
it just shits in your face. It's so bad. Uh but
Instead
yeah,
of the palate cleanser, it was the afterbirth.
pretty much, pretty much. If you've seen the title of the playthrough I uploaded, it's just you were meant to cleanse the sludge, not be part of it. That's how I named the full playthrough of this. Yeah. Wait, Spoopy Pew Pew game wasn't good. Well, Pew Pew game is I say that lightly. It's not really a big shooter, even though it should still probably classify as a shooter because they do shooting in it. But it's not like an action shooter kind of deal. It's yeah, it's bad. Just don't bother. I wouldn't even recommend it to play it on Xbox Game Pass if you have it. It's just not worth your time. It's just don't like it. It's quite something. So let me open up the doctor. Oh yeah, because that's what we do here.
Yeah. I would have taken notes if I wasn't going, okay, gotta get, oh no, oh look, boobies, oh that looks like a game, oh they're fucking now, oh that man's head exploded, oh penis.
Summon Amnesia on Game Pass. Yeah, go play those instead. I mean, I have them both on Steam, so and played them. So those are good games. You should go play those for shizzle. Kratos with
Yeah.
Cyberware. Dude, a Cyberpunk Kratos would probably be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would wreck everything
Yeah.
in a good way.
Oh, yeah. And here we are, another forge. Hey, it's not gonna be 3 forges or 2 even. It's just a forge a week again. And I was like, I'm gonna have all this time to work on John Wick again. And I realized, oh, wait, I have 10 episodes to watch. And also, I meant to do streams. So that's probably gonna start next week now. Because I also still need to watch more Star Trek. Because we ran out of episodes to upload, Jay and I. So, yeah, that didn't work as I planned in my mind. So, we'll see. I'll get to it eventually. I really want to. But, time is a limited resource. And I'm not doing this full time. So, sad.
Yeah.
Meme didn't like the booba? Gay. No, I just didn't
Hey, I
like that he
didn't say
couldn't
that.
stop and watch it them more.
Yeah, I wanted to stop with the booba. You see, I wanted to appreciate, I wanted to savor the booba, and I didn't want to rush through the booba. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
Are we going for the 5-hour forge? I don't know. Anything could happen on the forge, especially when Meme and I are around doing these. Everything could be 17 hours for all I know. Actually, it can't because then YouTube is like, stop it.
Yep. And then you just start again.
Yeah,
And the
get
cycle
right.
continues. Or you can be like NASA, who's been streaming for like 3 years straight at this point.
Okay. I learned this week that when your stream gets age restricted, people can't send super chats anymore. That was interesting. Because I was playing God of War, and I guess it was that sexy mini game where you do the fuckins. Obviously, you don't
Yeah.
see the fuckins, but I guess that was too spicy for YouTube this time. Even though nothing happened when Mutually did it, but I did it 3 times in a row, so maybe that was the problem. I don't know.
3 was the limit.
Yeah.
If you had done it twice, it would
It
have
was
been
really
fine.
was really weird to me because the age restriction is like, limited ads. It's like, oh yeah, I mean it makes sense. Not everyone wants to put like ads on the on those what is it on those ads? What's it put them on those age restricted ones? But I don't know why it would prevent people from sending super chats because that has nothing to do with advertisers. Like that's literally just going between YouTube and me. So I don't know why they would block that. So yeah, I don't know. Then I restarted the stream and was back again. So I don't know. It might have been that. Might have been autism. I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like surely like in a weird way it feels like age restricted should almost mean that the super chats are fine because that means it's less likely kids are donating.
Yeah, because
like,
you have to be logged in anyway now to watch the stream.
yeah. So I don't know what the okay.
And of course, it's like random because Mewtwo played all of them, and as far as I know, he didn't get an age restriction on any of those.
Yeah, how the fuck did someone that would have had to be a manual report, surely, unless they've got all like the titty footage archived or something, and the algorithm
I don't
goes
know. I
by
mean,
that. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it just happened automatically. I mean,
Huh.
because it was on during the live stream and everything. So yeah, I don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Didn't like those which God of War did it decide to do that? Was it the
The
first
first
one
one,
or
yeah.
the so it didn't like the
Mm-hmm.
triangular tartars that flashed on screen. Okay, okay.
But also there was implied sexual acts, so that's bad
True.
sometimes if you're unlucky.
You know, I'd be more worried about Kratos getting penetrated in a very different way with
Oh
those
my.
PlayStation 2 graphics, you know? Like he tries to bring the girl in and suddenly it's like it's like two daggers going into his fucking pectorals.
Very well, very well. So, I mean, I guess we do like one of the usual things, and you're just gonna start. What is your overall impression with being vague? What do you think? Like, you just finished it. You're like in super fresh mode with all of it.
Yeah,
So, what's your
yeah.
overall thinkings?
So it's I very much I did enjoy it. I don't have any idea I don't know where it sits writing wise because there is just a lot of information flying at me, and this show goes by very, very quickly. So I didn't really have enough time to process if there was much in the way of contradicting. There was some weird time jumps. I remember at certain points, but we'll get to that when we get to that. I just remember I was definitely it earned my investment, and I did actually kind of want to play Cyberpunk again after
That's
this.
something I heard a bunch. Uh, like apparently Cyberpunk got a little bit of a revival because of the show. Like a lot of people went back to the game.
Yeah, and I completed Cyberpunk back when it was broken. I got four endings back when it was broken.
No.
So now I want to go back and play it now that it's not broken. That would be nice.
Well, I haven't even
Uh,
bought it yet, so I have no prior knowledge to this.
yeah, so that'll be a difference in comparison, I think. So it was cool seeing all the game stuff around and stuff.
Mm.
So yeah, I I did enjoy my time. And I think there was some weird things in there. You know, my right now my brain's just cycling through all the stuff I just went through, trying to find a way to make it concise.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but I guess the most concise way is just that I do not regret my time with this show, and I was invested. Well, actually, I was less invested at the beginning because the pacing was giving me herpes, but then it slowed down a little bit, and then I was really on board. It did feel like if I there's one overall thing I would have liked more. You know, says the guy who crammed. I would have liked more time,
Hmm.
more episodes to kind of expand on things a bit more because the pacing did kind of feel like it was running a marathon at times. Quite fitting for the character involved, but yeah.
Oh,
So
running! I
that's
get
my
it.
thought. Yeah, yeah.
Are they running on the edge meme?
I think they're running on the edge. I think
Oh
they
my god!
are.
Oh my god!
Was Zack Snyder an edge runner?
Fucking hope not. That would ruin the show for me instantly.
No, he was an edgy runner. That was
Edgy
him.
runner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds. Imagine in the Cyberpunk universe, Snyder Cut has been revived.
Oh God.
Snyderverse has happened. No wonder everything
That's
went to
why.
shit.
Yeah, that's origin. I mean, you know, their 2020 looks very different from our 2020. So I don't
A
know.
bit,
Maybe
yeah.
there was some. Maybe Zack Snyder never lost control in that universe, and everything went downhill from there.
Snyder was edge stationary. uh, but yeah, sounds good. But yeah, I enjoyed the show, and some parts even greatly enjoyed the show. But I had a hard time getting invested in some of the characters. Uh, we do get everything we need for the story to make sense for the most part, for the story beats and everything. But this show could have greatly, and I mean greatly, uh, needed or could have benefited. That was the word I was looking for longer runtime. for a longer runtime. Uh,
Oh yes.
because some of the characters don't really appear that much, and I would love to see them interact more with each other. Just give us a little bit more context, because I understand the beats they were going for and everything, but yeah, I would have liked it way more if they had, like, I don't know, maybe 30-minute runtime each. I think that would have made a little bit little better, because I feel like some things get just thrown in all of a sudden. I'm just like, wait, did it happen before? And I'm just like, I don't think it did. So maybe that comes up in the discussion for some things. So we'll see. Would be nice. I don't know how much time they got. Maybe they had to rush it after Cyberpunk came out or something. But yeah, I greatly enjoyed it. But I think some people said it's like arcane level, which I greatly disagree with. I don't think it's even close.
No.
Not even close.
No, like Arcane was like that's one of those standard setting shows. This is like I really like what they're going for here, and
Yeah,
they mostly it's mostly in a state where I can appreciate it without much of an asterisk. The something I didn't actually bring up, because I'm still sorting through my thoughts, is that you can tell in a lot of places that they are really saving their budget in a lot of areas, because
there's some frames in there where you look at the characters, like, you look a bit floompy, but
yeah,
at least it's
Or like-
mostly happens when it goes fast by, so you don't use it for longer shots. So at least
Yeah,
I think they did it in smart places where you just don't where you don't go like, ugh.
Yeah, or what I was thinking more, I was actually thinking like in some of the slower shots, because a lot of you might notice that maybe when you're scrolling through for this Forge, you might notice it more now that I pointed it out. But during a lot of the dialogue sequences, you don't actually see the characters' faces a lot of the time.
I noticed that. I mean, yeah, I definitely noticed
Oh,
that.
yeah. Oh,
They
yeah.
show like
Okay,
landscape shots or something, or like shots of the city rather. And like, oh,
Yeah.
they're talking right now, but you can't see them. Or like pretty far away, and you can't see them move or something.
Any excuses to not animate the faces a lot of the time, which is probably like, I would assume that would be because it's quite a detailed art style, so that would probably be the most intensive thing to do.
Worth to mention, I really like the art style. It's really cool. The way the city looks and everything. And I think James mentioned in chat here a couple of minutes ago that it's pretty similar or almost identical to the Cyberpunk setting, like the game. I mean,
Oh, it was so it was rewarding to see it, because every location they were in, I knew exactly where they were on the map, and
that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, and it goes beyond that. Like every time you see like the holograms and stuff come up, it's torn from the game. Everything. I don't think there's a single thing that was not just torn from the game in some way, shape, or form. Even I think there might even be music in there that might be from the game, though I that's something I would need to double check. That's just like, there was just certain parts where it's like, is that the danger music? Did they import that in? But maybe that was me going like, something is tingling in the back of my head. Actually, you know what was tingling in the back of my head? Whenever someone got a fucking phone call in this, it was the same ringtone from the game. So my Quest brain was going, oh, okay, I gotta go now. I was like, oh, okay, no.
Oh wait, no, I'm watching a show. Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay, we're good. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the overall thing. So that's it. See you next time. I'm just joking. Please subscribe. Become a member. No.
Plexi Plus.
Booba. So yeah, definitely, I would definitely say it's worth the watch for sure. I would have liked to watch it a second time all the way through, but unfortunately didn't have that much time. But I think it would have been nice to have like a full watch through without pausing for notes and everything, because that would have been nice. I like when Cyberpunk was running along the edge and he said, "Fine, they've become Cyberpunk Edgerunners." Shut up, John. So what's up, dude? How you doing, man? There's game music in it quite a lot too. Oh, okay, well there you go. I mean, I guess it makes sense if they took a bunch of things out of the game. It would make sense to put the music in there as well. I mean, I guess this was mainly targeted at people who played the game initially, I would assume. But then it just became this thing that everyone watched.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say, like, from what it's hard to judge because I've got so much context from the game, but I would say this game, this show, it both, it's extraordinarily faithful to the point. Well, I think it is literally just set in the same universe. I think it's just meant to be a prequel to the game proper. Well, prequel in the sense that it's set before the events of the game. But at the same time, it's not cameo fest. It's not like there are one or two major game characters in there.
I mean, the only one I know is this Adam Smasher guy, because after I watched the show, I saw like people's like beating this character with the build from the game. It's like, oh, okay, I guess we can do that.
Yeah, like what? Like that with that. I'll put it this way: the boss fight for Adam Smasher in the show, and then thinking about how I beat him in the game with a skinny chick in a miniskirt with no major augments. It was a little bit funny. It was a little bit funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, because I saw that right after I watched the last episode, and like basically just punched Adam Smasher to shit in the game. It's like, oh, that looked a bit anticlimactic in comparison to what I just watched.
Yeah, like Adam Smasher is how he's built up to be in the game in this show, and then in the show he's kind of like, oh, you're just kind of another guy. Okay, I'm just gonna punch you to death with my shotgun. Cool.
Yeah. I think someone in the comments of that video I saw where someone made that build said like, oh, this should probably be like more like of a secret super boss that's super hard. So like basically like a FromSoft DLC secret boss or something.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that would make sense. You could just hear about this underground legend that fought in these wars and killed so many people, and then you just kind of beat him up in the main story. It's like, oh, that's kind of lame.
Yeah, a little bit. It does make you, because the modding for the game is getting progressively better because they just released the tools and everything. I'm almost hoping someone, because they're not only because the latest update, they splurged a bunch of Edgerunner content into there, and then the modders came in to fill in the rest of the gaps.
Oh, okay.
So I'm almost curious to see if the modders have gone in and made that Adam Smasher boss fight not as garbo, for lack of better terms.
Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, at least they seem to latch onto it and realize people really like this and make content like that for the game. I don't know what the state of the game is right now, because frankly, I don't care that much.
Yeah, fair.
And probably because I haven't played the game and I was never really hyped for Cyberpunk 2077 anyway. I was just like, oh, I really want to play the game now. I'm just like, oh, I'll just watch this show that I quite liked. Let's move on. Maybe I'll get it on sale at some point and then check it out. But right now I'm just like, oh, it's fine. A lot of people went back, like yourself, so that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. And I've heard that there have been people who got into the game for the first time thanks to the show as well. So it almost feels, a lot of people have been saying, I guess where the Arcane comparison would kind of work is when comparing it to adaptations like Halo, the show, where Halo, the show, is driving people away from the games, what few were left.
Well, meanwhile, was the problem also that the show was basically not acknowledged at all by the game? Like, it wasn't cross-advertised at all? Like, when you were playing Infinite, there weren't, like, little ad things popping up in the corner. It says, hey, watch this Halo show. That's going to be great. At least from what I remember.
Yeah.
Like, that just didn't happen. They didn't cross-promote the show.
Yeah, there was cross-promotion, but after the show had finished.
Oh,
so
good.
Once you got the full, once you knew exactly what was going on in the show, that's when they decided to, hey, you want to play as Showtime's Master Chief, right? No,
not really.
No,
I want to play as normal Master Chief.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I don't like my Master Chief to fuck and to be a psychopath.
What? How dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's funny because I don't think the game will even give you the same I don't know, experience like in Cyberpunk, in Edgerunners, because you obviously have a bunch of the anime fights that are super over the top, and I don't think they will translate that well into the game. I imagine. I don't know. That's just me thinking. I've never played the game, but
I'm trying to think now because there are over the top elements,
mm,
especially in the higher build. Like when I was seeing the fights in the show were they felt like exaggerated versions of what happens in the game
yeah,
a lot of the time. So I think it's maybe the exaggerated element
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
yeah, might not translate as well.
Just make me think. That's a total tangent, by the way. Uh,
Mhm.
like I do enjoy these crazy. It doesn't matter which anime. I just like those crazy fights where they punch the shit of each other and they fly around. And I'm really annoyed that there's not a VR game out there yet where you can just do that. I mean, you have your Bone Labs and you have your Sword and Sorcery where you can do all kinds of shenanigans and punch them, but you don't get like this feedback where you can just throw them around and then they crash into the wall and there's like a crater. I kind of want a game like that. I would have a lot of fun with that. That would be the shits.
Yeah, and it needs like a prosthetic add-on where where the prosthetic will move your hand as fast as the anime characters move
Oh
their
my
hands when
god.
they're punching. So you just shatter your bones every time you play. So it'll be great.
Yeah. VR DBZ. Yeah, something like that. That would be I would play the shit out of that. And so far I haven't had any problems with like motion sickness or anything. So I think at least partially I could take it. I don't know for how long, depending on how much you get thrown around. But yeah, I think that would be pretty cool because I enjoy punching stuff. It's very satisfying.
Never wants to zod someone to become a hero.
That's his broken neck. I'm gonna tell Zod that I learned this on a farm.
Fucking do it.
Yeah, the other side quest for getting David's jacket that involves watching the first brain dance on the show. Oh, okay.
Oh, neat.
I'd like
Yeah,
to
they
break
added some.
Zod's neck in the game.
Do it. It's a mini. You got to do a like a quick time event in order to snap his neck.
Well, you don't need a
Actually,
quick,
they
you
did
don't
that
need
in
a quick
Arkham Knight.
time event in VR. You just do it yourself. It's great. It's like,
Yeah, but I'm trying to represent Man of Steel, so it's a really
oh,
shitty VR game. So they
oh
only have
no, I
button
want a
press.
good one. Save the city, and then you just have a meter that you have to do X amount of property damage in order to save the city. It's not properly
Well,
saved if those buildings are still standing.
true. Well, Megaton Rainfall was kind of a Man of Steel VR game because that's originally a VR game that they then did a flat screen port of, which is what I played on the stream.
Mm.
So I guess if you want that Man of Steel experience, you can play that. I'm just remembering they made a Superman Returns game, and Superman didn't have a health bar in that. The city had a health bar, and you were meant to protect the city in that. And it's just
Yeah.
like compare that to Man of Steel. Like he would have died so many times in Man of Steel.
Oh god. Currently using Rebecca's shotgun for a CP playthrough, and that gun goes crazy. Oh, and then James whereas we could find Rebecca's gun in the bushes near where she. Well, you know.
Yeah.
Like Kratos in Athens, we saved the city. that's really funny in the last boss fight. Like Ares just throws fire everywhere, and like the city is just behind you, and you're having this big kaiju fight, and like everyone is
Oh.
burned. And in the end, he explodes in like a nuclear explosion, basically. And the cutscene starts like, so Athens was saved. I was like, where was it though?
There's like two people over there.
Oh, okay, that counts.
They will repopulate. I mean, they're both men, but they will
They
repopulate.
will repopulate.
Yeah.
You get more health when you scream, Krypton had its chance! It's just voice activated. You just sat in your room and you just scream that out. Crime rate will be at 0% if there are 0 people to commit crime. Hashtag DC Superman logic. I love it. I love it.
Wait, you also need the mini game where you make out with Lois Lane in the debris field to recharge your health, and then you get bonus points when people call you a hero.
Oh,
He
God.
saved us. He saved us.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Give me more good VR games. AAA VR, not necessarily AAA, but just give me good VR games. That's still not enough out there. Give me more. Valve, get on it. Half-Life Alyx was great. Give me more of that. Give. Also, give big new GPU and PC so I can stream all those good games that come out, because streaming VR can be a struggle even for my PCs now.
I still don't have a VR helmet. They're too expensive still, and they're also harder to get down here. I really want to play Half-Life Alyx, and I'm really not happy that I still haven't. But one day I'll play it when Half-Life Alyx 3 comes out in 4 years, 40 years.
Yeah. I like weird RPG, a game that has a sword that nerfs or buffs you based on how good or bad your graphics card is. Don't worry, Half-Life Alyx 2 will come out soon. 3, on the other hand.
Oh.
I mean, it is the meme. Like, Valve just can't do 3s.
Yep.
Portal 1, 2.
Yep.
Left 4 Dead 1, 2. Half-Life 1, 2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a phobia.
Dota 1, 2. It's like, uh-oh.
You see, once they get to the 2 mark, they just endlessly divide into spin-offs so they can avoid the number at all costs. Like, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, Half-Life... Oh,
damn it. What do we do now?
Alex, yes. And they'll just keep doing protagonist spin-offs that aren't Gordon Freeman.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Good old Valve. It's like when they want to do a game, like, it's mostly pretty good, and then they just stop because, well, they make shit ton of money off of Steam, so they can just do whenever they want and whatever they want.
Yeah, from what I've heard about Valve's setup, it's literally basically just a bunch of developers on a bunch of different floors of an office, and then if they want to work on something different from what they're working on, they'll just roll their desk to another department, and you can start working there, and there's like no obligations or something like that. I actually don't know how they get anything done there. It seems like it's very like you do what you want because you do what you think is rewarding to you. I guess it's like waiting for the... It's like a company run by autism a little bit. Just like you gotta wait for everything for the special interests to line up.
Yeah.
And then the games get released.
Good stuff. Well, I guess we should jump in. There's a couple of episodes to go through. Like, all of them. But this is why I decided for Friday. Good times. So,
Fuck yeah, dude.
Episode 1. It just starts with a bloodbath. It's great.
Yeah.
Because we just see some police homies just hanging out, having some bands. And all of a sudden, see like this big old muscular dude goes up to the police car. And he just fucking annihilates the 2 cops inside with like a rifle, shotgun kind of dealio. And there's blood everywhere. It's like, oh, we're doing this. Okay. Blood, let's go. And then so basically a massive firefight ensues, and we see that the big guy, he seems like pretty enhanced, so that normal bullets don't seem to hurt him at all. So he just gets shot at, but nothing really happens. And he uses like all kinds of augmentations. Like he has like blades in his arms and a blade that extends from somewhere else. When he wants to flank, when he's getting flanked, like came out maybe to the other arm or something. And we also see that he seems to use some kind of device that makes him either super fast or slows time for the peeps around him. I think we pretty much established it makes the wearer, the wearer of the thing faster, right? Like they just make it that way so it looks like it's slowed down.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like
super speed.
Yeah, and then you see the visual they use for this, and you'll see that quite a lot. Especially like this, you see like would you call it a Doppler effect? Is that what you would call it?
Which effect?
When he's running around in the super speed thingy. I don't know if that's the right term, Because I think Doppler is more like a light thing or something.
I think the Doppler effect is a sound thing. It's where it's like how sound changes when a fast thing is going by you. So the Doppler effect is zoom. So it's
Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah, absolutely. So after image. Yeah, after image is probably the better term. Yeah.
Yeah, ghosting, after image, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So yeah, but this is on screen. You can see this is how it looks, and I think it varies in color. I think for our main character it's gonna be blue, but for him it's red now, if I'm remembering correctly. Just realized I never actually checked the colors. I just realized that he's red, and I'm pretty sure David is not red in that. He's blue. At least
I
the
remember
after
him being
image is out.
yellow.
Yellow? Maybe it changes. Actually, not sure. It's just something I thought of that I see the color there. But yeah, he's just absolutely annihilating everyone. The police people basically have no chance, and we hear that they call in a squad which is called Max Tech, and they have like all kind of stuff going on. And the reason they call them is like, hey, let's raise Max Tech because we have a cyber psycho on our hands. And this is a term that's going to be very important throughout the story. And we see that Max Tech. I always want to see Max Team, but it's Max Tech, obviously. And they arrive, and they put a psycho in some kind of a field, which is I'm actually still not sure if that's like an EMP kind of field, or if that's just a thing where they have to not go into for other people. Because later on we see, like much later, we see that's like the gravity field David uses. So I'm actually not sure if that's just like a safety zone for everyone else, or if that's the thing that actually does anything.
It might just be the gravity. I'm just trying to get up the specific part. So that looks like the gravity.
Well, they do.
Oh no,
they don't use gravity. It's just. Let me see if I can find this. Thing.
I think that's just meant to be a warning area for civilians. Like, don't step in this area because
that's what I was thinking.
About to go down. Yeah, they have that in the game too. Oh,
safety zone. Yeah, you're right, James. The trauma team also uses those. Yeah, you're right. So it's definitely a safety thingy.
Yeah.
So yeah, and they shoot him to shits. And they shoot them with like some different kind of weapon, probably like high caliber or electric weapons and all kinds of cyberpunk stuff that I don't know shit about. But they definitely look different from normal weapons. They're like a bit rounded. And later on we see them use like weapons that charge. I think we see their weapon sometime later in another episode. Can like charge up or can do rapid fire and stuff. I'm pretty sure people that played Cyberpunk 2077 recalled those weapons, but I was just like, oh, that's like Cyberpunk weapon. That's cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, they just they just shoot him to shit. He just goes down, and one of them gets very close, and he gets blasted by the psycho while he's getting closer, like in the face. But he also has body armor on his body and face, but not his mouth. But he didn't shoot there for some reason. He got lucky. It's like this mask situation where he like rapid fires onto the face, but it only hits the mask. But you know how it is. And then the guy gets close from Max Tech and puts the gun right in his face, and boom, we cut to our main protagonist.
Yes, and I paused because I'm going through it on my copy as well.
Yes.
And I on this still frame of him waking up in the wide shot, which I thought was fucking hilarious. So I wanted to just show that to you right now.
He's like basically in an arc. He's like, ah.
Yeah, he is. He's right now. He is cosplaying as the letter N. With his back, with his spine.
Let me get there. I think I got the frame. Is it this one?
Yeah,
that's exactly it. He is the letter N. You're right. Oh my god, is David racist?
This is the world's most sophisticated dog whistle right here, and no one's around
Yeah.
to see it.
ADL would not approve of this image.
True, true.
Yeah, that looks pretty funny. But yeah, he wakes up. We're just gonna keep that frame, and while we talk about this,
What, you don't want to let the scene keep playing for like an additional 30 seconds?
no,
just to see
because
what pops up?
I mean, I kind of want to see what plops up, but not on stream.
Oh God, this is going to be a minefield.
Coward.
Coward.
But yeah, we cut to him, and this is David. This is our main protagonist. He's just hanging out on his couch, playing some VR. It's like, oh, that's cool. And
Yeah.
we see that he's having a talks with Ripper Dog, or just Dog, the way I called him throughout the series. And I think they just all call him Dog, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And in the game, there's a bunch of them scattered around. There's like one your character goes to, like for story-based ones, but there's also a bunch of other ones around. And there's actually, this is what this scene does is it actually it's actually playing off something they established in the game, which is people pay top dollar to get these what did they describe this experience as? I forgot the exact term, but they basically, the whole
I don't know. I didn't write down like their terminology, but I just said it's like some kind of VR simulation.
Brain dance. There we go.
Oh yeah. BD. Yeah.
Yeah.
They
So
call them
people
BDs,
pay top. Yeah, so people pay in the game. They will pay top dollar to get a brain dance, because a brain dance is just recording someone's real life experience, and feeling everything that they feel. So a lot of people use it for porn, but there's also a huge market for people who want to experience dying when the brain dance is recording. So this is kind of what he's doing right there.
Yeah, because I think he's like, what is it? I think he's, is he just like moving them around for Doc, or is he actually selling them? I forgot. That's not super. It's not super important. So I didn't write it down. But he's working for Doc, I think, and is kind of just getting it to people. Maybe I think he's selling them to some people.
Yeah, he might have. I don't quite remember that detail because I was in cram mode when this was happening, and this was like, oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah,
it just comes up later when he talks to JK, the maker of those games or simulations.
Yeah.
When he says, "Oh yeah, I moved around BDs for someone that you made," or something along those lines.
Okay.
He's distributing. Yeah. Okay. There you go. So yeah, that's as you said, that's what he does, and he's checking those things out. And blah blah blah. Nugget. I think he calls them nuggets as well. It's like where you find those nuggets anyway. And we learned he's provided by someone named Kurosaki, or JK as he's called throughout the series when he comes up. And he says like, hey, my head is still buzzing from that experience. And Doc tells him, well, take deep breaths. You just left the head of a skizzed out chrome junkie. And this is where I was immediately like, oh, so this has definitely been taken from someone who actually went crazy on the police then. And we get confirmation pretty soon because he walks past the place that happens and there's still blood on the floor. So he experienced this death of the person just hours after it actually happened. And I think that's worth pointing out because that's fucked up.
Yep, and that person that died is going to be, let's just say, increasingly relevant in his life as the show goes along.
Because we also, it gets established that for these things to get so quickly to the people, someone had to be physically there to actually get the chip of the guy or something or experience it. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy town.
Underworld's very efficient in Night City.
Yeah, Night City is a fucked up place. That's what I learned.
I wonder if you want to go to the moon.
Yeah, Moonsault's actually pretty good. Man, I just clicked exactly on the porn frame. I'm really glad I did not press the button before I put the overlay back on. Like the exact flash frame it happens.
You fucking matrixed under that like demonetization right there. You fucking you ran the edge right there.
I sure did. But yeah, we see David. Logan, here's David not doing an N-word arc here. It's just standing.
Go to your room, Mom.
Go to your room, Mom. No, I'm tired. So yeah, like one of my notes here is just anime titty. Not bad.
I got to admit, when you brought up this frame right here, my heart skipped a beat for a second because I thought you were about to show the porn by accident.
No.
And I was a little relieved, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Mom was totally MILF and 10 out of 10 would smash. Oh, good stuff.
Would you Adam smash?
Adam, I don't know. That seems deadly.
You know, high risk, high reward.
I mean, is death high reward? I don't know.
Well,
Deadly?
we just saw that.
No.
Well, you know, the brain dancers. You know, they seem to be.
I mean, but yeah, David is like watching the washing machine, and it stops during the cycle. It's washing the thing. That's kind of cruel of how that works. But I'm very confused about that mechanic, like in the world. I don't know why, it just bothered me. Like, apparently you need to re-up the machine. And I guess that means you need to refuel it with funds or something. I don't know if that's like a cyberpunk thingy where you have to do stuff like that individually. But I was like, why is your washing machine not just going over the whole, you know, electricity bill you pay? Like, do you not own that machine? Did you rent it? I just didn't understand. I just was really confused.
Yeah,
it's not important to the story. I just got really confused when I saw that.
Yeah, the way I see it is like Night City is like such a, this dystopian future is at such a point where I think it's been emphasized in a few places where just everything is going to nickel and dime you because the economy has just gotten to that point. So while, it used to be if you went to a laundromat, you would need to top up a machine to do to do your laundry, but now every fucking washing machine is a laundromat washing machine that requires you to have X amount of dollars in there for it to keep going. That's not the only thing.
Yeah, I mean, we see that there's a lot of things that is like just, I don't know, capitalism hardcore. It's like, oh, you need to put money in here and here and here. So I get it in the grand scheme. I was just confused when I saw it before I thought about it. I was like, what? So I guess there's like a time thing. But yeah, it doesn't like break anything in the story. I was just like, huh?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Something that
I think I had a
weirdly stood out to me. No, it just weirdly stood out to me, and I thought about it.
Yeah, I think it stood out to me as well. Like I think, I think I had it. I think it was more in retrospect that it made more sense to me. I think initially it was like, that seems like I'm gonna question that for a tiny bit, and then like the show kind of re-established the more hyper capitalism that was going on. So I was just like, oh, okay, that's probably part of it.
Yeah. But yeah, his mom is on the couch, fell asleep there because she came back from a night shift, and they just have a talk about she got her paycheck ready, and David should get his quote-unquote update. And he says, no, it's fine, Doc already handled it. And she's basically like, well, that's probably not going to work out really well. How about you just get a real one so you don't get in trouble? And, well, he's going to get in trouble for that. And so basically he just got it from Doc by probably not very legal means. It's just probably like a rip-off version, or like he torrented the version he needs from Pirate Bay.
It reminds me of when I was doing a Cert 3 in Screen and Media, and I never did any work at school because all my files were at home on the pirated version of the editing software I had at the time. And I was so scared of like, oh, what if they find out? I don't think they would have actually given a shit, but it also meant that there was no back and forth because there was different versions of software going around. So I was like, I use the legit version now. It's okay. It's okay. Police, don't come in me.
But yeah, she did something correctly and everything, and hang on.
She downloaded more RAM.
It's critique of corporatism, not capitalism. Okay, calm down. Okay, no need to yell. You're at work. You're not getting to yell at people at work. I don't know. That's the funniest I could come up with. Let's go back to the show.
Yeah, do it. Let's pay for our washing machine.
James, ban James for yelling. Wait, no. But yeah, we also get some context from those BD we saw, meaning we get a news piece in the background on good old telly that tells us the exact happening that we just saw happening in the beginning, and we learn that Gloria, which her name is, his mom's name, she was also on the scene because she's one of those first responder trauma team people that got there. And that's why she has to all those late shift Roonies.
Yeah.
So yeah, and David is about to leave to school now. And he just fucks off, it's like, goodbye. And then she gets a call from someone called Maine. It's like, ooh, who's that?
Oh my god.
And we see that she's got... Is that already where we see that she has some parts in her jacket? I think we see that here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And
I think she... Before we cut away, we see those parts. Let me see if I can get a shot of those. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, there it is. Boom. There it is.
Meanwhile, I skip ahead in my timeline. I got this picture. Nice.
Oh, you got the guy with the weird masturbation machine that's just chilling out between other people.
Who are also on the weird masturbation machine. They're all on the weird masturbation machine in the street. It's just like, cool.
Yeah,
cool,
they don't give a fuck. They're like probably coked out and whatever outed you are. They're just homies, just chilling out in the park having a masturbation session.
Yep. No, that's going to be the future. That's going to be standard issue with every VR helmet eventually, for the full tactile experience.
Have you seen California? It's literally exactly like that right now. Oh, nice. They have auto masturbators in California? Let's go.
Okay, I'm moving to the streets of California.
Finally, some good news.
Yeah. Exactly. Come on, kiddies. We're going to get our masturbation matrons.
Hello, Myrtle and Beam. Hey, what's up, Mango? Just dropped in to say hi and leave a like. Oh, thank you. We'll watch later. Just finished God of War 1 Part 1. So see how far behind I am. Oh my. I rendered the Part 1 today because I had to fuse them together because I had to restart the stream and have to upload it, which I probably do after this stream, getting all these things uploaded and downloaded. Anyway, so yeah, she has those thingy-majingies, and now we just get a little I have some flimbus in my throat.
Do they make an auto wank machine like the one of those tandem bikes so Metal and Meme can be on the same one?
Hope so. Nothing wrong with having a little masturbation session with the homies.
Yeah, it's not gay if it's in a three-way, especially if the third way is the auto wank machine.
Yeah.
That's how that works, right?
Sure. Let's go with it.
1 hour of stream, 10 minutes into the show. Gonna be long. Probably.
Time for some auto wanking.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we just get some shots of the city while he's making his way to school, basically. And I'll take one of the ones that doesn't have any wanking machines on them, just in case. which also gets the point across at how fuck the city basically. So he's just making his way to the school. There's no dialogue or anything. It's just some music and him walking around. And yeah, noticeably, the place he lives in basically looks like a shithole.
Kind of it.
Just these underground thingies almost. Like there's people just chilling out. There's trash everywhere, and yeah, there's a lot of people just loitering around, puking. There's people on drugs. Some guys sitting in between a bunch of other fucked up people using those automated masturbation devices. Like shit's crazy. And then we see he's on the train, like you see here on the screen right now, and we see some trauma team is going to places, and there's like an explosion in this big in this skyscraper, I guess. I can't tell how high it actually is, but it's a big building. There's explosions, and basically no one is reacting to all these things. Like it's just normal. It's just day-to-day life. No one bats an eye. It's just common happenings here. Like we even see someone getting threatened by with a gun in bright daylight, and no one even cares.
Yep, like this is the universe where Keanu Reeves did 9/11 essentially. So
oh no!
It's a little bit of a shithole, just a tiny bit of a shithole.
And then we see him also walking past the area where the cyber psycho got smooshed. You can see there's still like stuff on the ground, like the bullet casings and like blood. Man, those bullet casings look rough. Like, why are they so weird? Whatever. It's a really it's really quick shot, but you know. Where's my note? My notes went away. Come back. There they are. And yeah, he kind of curiously looks at it and he smiles. So yeah, I'm not really sure why that is. Maybe some hate for the. At this point, maybe some hate. I thought some hate for the government or police. Or he was happy that the big guy was stopped. Or he just realized it's like, oh, this is where this is from. I get it. Haha.
It could be that he's recollecting because he seems to like the feeling of dying, so maybe he's just got that positive tingle going from the experience.
In hindsight, that's probably it. That was just with me having no context for his character, so we're just kind of speculating. It's like, ooh, what is he up to?
Yeah, I think that, and that's only something that's occurring to me now as well. So, like at first glance, it would be like, oh, what the hell are you doing? Also, everyone is confirming that I was not joking about the Keanu Reeves doing 9/11.
Oh yeah, so literally nuked Arasaka Tower in 2020. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We also see that he notices some lady with some colorful hair, and that's all we get. Obviously, we know in hindsight this is Lucy, but for him, it's just like this weird girl he just saw and noticed because of the colorful hair and stuff.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Neat.
Yeah. So he arrives at school, and even school is like kind of virtual. Like they all have these goggles on. It's kind of looking for this wide shot. Yeah, there you go. They kind of lie in their seats and put like VR goggles on, and that's how they do their teaching, it seems. So yeah, then the teacher points out, it's like, you're not wearing proper clothing. You're not adhering the dress code. And he's like, well, it's all in the washer. It's like, what about your extra set? Also in the washer. Because, well, yeah, the washing machine didn't run. It's like all soaked. And apparently now he has to get some sort of extra allowance for not wearing proper flisms. I don't even know why I've written that down. It's not super important. It's just a bit world building, I guess. And the three peeps next to him, he's very annoyed by this, or like him in general. And yeah, they start the lesson, and some of these other three tell him, "Oh, you're so shit and lame. You're so poor." And You don't even have a proper headset like we do. You have like another version. How did you even make that compatible?" And he's like, "Well, I just did what I had to do." And if you remember, he's using Doc's version for his update. And somehow it's so wrong and broken that it fries the whole class's system. Just everyone is done for the day, apparently. So I think he got scammed. Not gonna lie, I think he got scammed.
Man. Meanwhile, I thought we were spicy by fucking playing Age of Empires instead of doing our work during school. Like, this guy is just straight up frying the mainframe by using the wrong hardware.
Mm-hmm.
Dude.
Doc owes him a refund, for sure. He
For
downloaded the wrong RAM.
Download the wrong...
You didn't follow the link.
Oh, yeah.
Dummy.
What I do find interesting, though, is that this is kind of a perspective on the world we didn't quite get to see in the games, because in the games you're playing an adult while he's much closer to being... I hope he's 18. I really hope he's 18. I really hope that is his age.
He's 17 here right now, but he obviously gets older after the time skip.
Okay. Good enough. Close enough. Good enough. I'm going to assume that, and I think for reasons that will become clear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah. So outside of my discomfort with the things I have seen from this character at that age, I think it's interesting to see the school system here, because you don't get to see that in the game, because it's from an adult point of view, someone who's been in the game for a while, rather than a more a greener perspective, younger perspective, which I think is interesting to see. It's good world building, good thing to flesh it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This has a lot of interesting things that kind of touches upon, which I would have liked to have more time for, which I will point out when we get there. But that was unfortunately the limitation they, I guess, got by having those kinds of runtimes.
Yes.
So yeah, his mom has to get to the school principal. And it's like, that's a lot of trouble. That's going to cost us a lot of money to do the thing. And she's like, I'm going to repay that. No worries. And the princess is like, well, he doesn't really fit in here and everything. Even though he is like apparently like a straight A student, like he's doing really well in school. Like he's not really accepted here because he's poor, and we don't like poor people. Fuck them,
gutter
poors.
rat.
Not literally. Maybe sometimes.
And this is literally, when you say poor people, I was scrolling through, and this is the dialogue that came up on screen as you said poor people.
Oh yeah, gutter rat off the street. Yeah, this Katsuo guy, he's like there to get beat up in the second episode. I was like, please don't make this the main villain, because I fucking find him so lame. I would just want to see him getting punched and then be over with. And that's exactly what happens. I was like, thank fuck.
Yeah, they know their target demo.
Yeah, he says, oh, it might be worthwhile getting him into some other school. And Gloria's like, nuh-uh, I pay all the things, so you can go fuck off. And on the way back, like in the car. Oh, she already gets fucked in this episode. I thought. See, this is what I mean when I say it's going really fast. While I was talking about it, it's like, oh, in the next episode they're gonna do the whole car thing, right? And now I'm just going for it. It's like, oh shit, no, that all happens in the first one.
Yeah, like remember in Arcane how long it took for all the different world-changing, like personal world-changing events to happen to the characters. Like they allowed it to breathe a little bit, and then they would slam them into a wall, and then this is just like,
yeah,
it's just continuous.
Unfortunately, don't get the time. I would have loved to have like a couple of episodes with them just seeing their day-to-day and everything. I just always find this really interesting to explore this, and just makes you more attached to the characters as well. Because she's probably going to be a character you would like anyway, because she seems like just a good person, just trying to hustle.
Oh
her
yeah.
way through the shithole streets by getting all these jobs done with the Edgerunner people, as we learn here very shortly.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, on the way they're just talking, and he tells her that he's getting treated like shit in there, and he was even thinking of maybe dropping out because he doesn't fit in and everything. And then she gets sad and cries a bit, tells him, "Oh, I've been busting her ass just for him, and that's why she's never home, so she can afford his education for him and give him a fighting chance in this shithole." And he's like, "Okay, sorry I brought it up. Like, don't stop crying. It's like it'll be fine. You look great, and you reach the top of the tower, and you got corpo, and it's gonna be awesome because you're my kid, and this is great." And then all of a sudden, people start shooting through their car. I was like, "Whoa, okay."
Okay. Oh, how unfortunate. But not maybe not misfortune.
And
But who knows?
yeah, they start shooting their car because they're trying to fuck up this limo they're pursuing there for some reason. We don't know why, and it's not important. The important thing is they blow it up with a rocket launcher, and the limo crashes into our two people. Then we just see that David is coming back to his senses.
David is coming.
No, not like that. Stop it. And he's like hanging upside down. Gloria like flew out of the window, it seems. And
He's coming upside down, Gloria.
No. God damn it. So yeah.
I'm on brand.
Yeah, sure are. So yeah, we see the trauma team arrive, and they check on her, and it's like, well, she's not a client, so he isn't a client either, so you can get fucked because we're in this corporate industry, and you don't have the package for trauma team care, so you can get fucked. We're gonna go somewhere else. So yeah.
Platinum package or GTFO, dude.
Pretty much. She'll reference all the gangs from the game too. Oh, neat. So yeah, they just leave them there.
Cool.
Pretty not poggy, like the opposite of poggy. And yeah, then we see him basically going to some shady underground surgery doctor place. Looks very reputable. Is that the word I want to use? Whatever. It's shady. It's like dark and damp. It's probably in their neighborhood and probably pretty cheap-ish. And
they're still under the discount package even here.
Yeah, even they just he's like, "Oh, hey, can I see my mom?" And he's like, "Sorry, that's not in the package." It's like, "Oh shit, okay, fuck." If you don't pay enough, you're not even allowed to see your mom. That's great.
You know how you watch something like Star Trek or maybe even Star Wars to a lesser extent, and you just kind of almost fantasize about living in that world because it looks really cool. Cyberpunk is not that universe. No.
If I'm not doing well by default, I don't want to live in this world. You're having a bad time.
Yeah, like this is like if you're not in the top 0.0001%, you basically get to die in the street. This is the reality.
Yeah. Warhammer 2? Yeah, Warhammer looks cool, but that is a really miserable place, the universe to live in, because that's just war all the time.
Yep.
And yeah, he basically has 3 days to pay the eddies or ads, or what is the thing called actually? I think they never. I don't recall them ever saying. Is it just credits?
Eddies. So those. Let's see.
Euro dollars. Ah, okay.
Euro
okay.
dollars. Oh yeah, they say that a couple of times, but something they call them euro. Yeah, euro dollars. Yeah.
Yeah, they mostly call them eddies, so I actually forgot the actual normal one, and for some reason I didn't write it down. So there you go. It's euro dollars. So yeah, eddies. He has 3 days to pay them, and yeah, he basically just takes his mom's stuff that he has now. Also, he gets told like, oh yeah, she's stable right now. I don't know how long she's gonna need to stay here, But yeah, please pay us. That's all I care about, actually. So now get the fuck out. And he makes his way home and finds that he's not allowed to go in because the rent hasn't been paid yet. They're behind on rent, so it's just closed up. And I was like, oh, he's having a great time, isn't he? He's like having a great day. And yeah, rent is
He was
past
not having a
due.
great day.
So he kind of has to climb through the bathroom ventilation machine. It's not a window. It's just like a little grate he kicks in, and he goes in, and then he sees that apparently his mom has spent up quite a little bit of money, which is gonna be enough to cover the cost of the surgery apparently. So that's at least a nice little uptick there. And then he checks out his
Yep.
mom's jacket, and he sees that tech in there, and he's like, "Ooh, that's interesting." And he immediately calls Doc. And he's like, "Hey, what's the price for this?" And I think he says something like 10K or something. And it's like, "Oh, that's bullshit. Like we both know it's much more worth than that." And yeah, he checks the things out himself. He's like, "Oh man, that's some weird specs. I've never seen this before." And yeah, it's just he's just trying to get some cash together. But this is the same thing we saw earlier that she had in her thing, and obviously this thing is gonna come with us throughout the whole story.
Yeah, and what I'm going to point out, because I found this kind of funny when I got the full context for it later, is he changed the locks on the apartment, but he still it's weird. So he says later, like, I'm going to do more than just change the locks on your door. I'm going to kick you out on the street. And it's just like, is changing the locks not kicking him out? So basically,
Yeah.
this is just punishment. This is just punishment saying you now need to enter through the vent unless you pay the rent. That
I was like, no, I'm just gonna go for the bathroom again. Fuck you.
yeah. Oh.
So yeah, we next day he just makes his way back to school. He gets stopped by the 3 bullies. Ah, those bastards. And
They're like every anime bully ever.
Oh yeah, it's like, don't get a hint. We don't want you here. Also, your mom's probably a hoe or something because there's no way she could afford this thing otherwise. Like, there's no possible way that she's doing this for legal or noble means. Yeah, your mom's a hoe. And then they almost make this guy interesting by making him say, it's like, it's not because you're poor. And then basically 180s immediately and makes him say more vile shit. Like, shouldn't be poor around him that much so he doesn't contaminate the other ones with his poorness. I was like, okay. I really hope you don't stick around for the most part. And yeah, they bully him into a fight. And David's basically like, I don't really want to fight. I just want to get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't even know if my mom's alright. I gotta get to see her. So he just tries to leave, but they won't let him. And then the I forgot his name already. The bully guy, doesn't matter. Activates his kung fu chip. I think that's actually what he calls it. And he just goes like, and doesn't hit him. But then at some point he just starts beating the piss out of David because he doesn't have one of those things. And keeps making fun of him because he's poor and stuff. And they basically leave him there to rot.
Yeah, weird. Like about the whole poor person thing is that I think it's 180, but what I found really strange specifically was he goes like, "Oh, I don't care. Did the stream just die or is it just on my end? No one's effing. So
No one's effing yet, so should be fine."
Okay, so so he goes like, "Oh yeah, I don't care if you're poor. You were born on the wrong side of the tracks. That's fine." But then he immediately goes, "I don't mind if you're around, so long as you can pay the fee to be in the academy." It's just like, well, you don't care that he's poor, but you also you as long as you can pay the fee, but that would mean you do care if he's poor.
Yeah, that's what I mean with the 180.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know why you even said that. You're clearly just a hypocrite. It's like-
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah,
Apparently, just had a bit of buffering. This trumbles.
yeah, because it happened on my end as well. I was just like, oh, is that happening for everyone? But I don't see anyone else talking about. Oh, I reloaded and it's fine. Okay, we're cool.
Yeah. So he basically just kicks him into some rubble or something, and they just leave him there to rot, and he's really annoyed. David is.
As you should be, you know,
Yeah.
and, after getting beaten up, I would think.
And then we continue the downward spiral, first episode thingy. Like while he's sitting there, he gets a call from the surgeon guy. Just tells him, "Hey, your mom's dead, so come grab her."
Lol.
And he was like, "But you were stable yesterday." It's like, "Yeah, whatever." And the guy just handles his business as usual. It's like, "Hey, do you want to use this burial program we have? It's like really cheap as well." And he's like, "Do I really have a choice? Like, because he doesn't have a lot of cash, so he can only afford the crematorium, which works like a fucking vending machine. It's fucking grim."
You know what else you get in vending machines in this fucking hellscape of a universe?
Guns,
Yes, guns,
uh,
grenades, armor, whatever you want. It comes from vending machine.
So yeah, look at this here. It's just like this thing, and her ashes just drop out of the middle, and he just grabs it and can take her home.
I'm not gonna lie, with the shadow on him and the clothes that kind of blend into each other, I thought he was naked for a second when you put this image on screen.
Yeah. They wanted her part, so they killed her. She got fridged.
You got
Oh
fridged.
no. So yeah, yeah, the ashes come out of there, and then we hear he gets called by the landlord. Basically tells him he needs to pay up, or we'll not gonna go in there, and also some other things where it's like, you're gonna lose all these services if you can't pay us anymore, which yeah includes the flat. So yeah,
Yeah, you're gonna actually get kicked out now, not just get downgraded to the vent entrance.
yeah, oops. So yeah, he just walks slowly back home, has to climb through the door, not the door, the thingy again. Oh yeah, and even the bully guy calls him just to tell him, "Oh, I don't have any sympathy for you because your mom's a hoe," or something.
Ah!
I was like, Jesus Christ, I hate this guy. What a fucking piece of garbage.
Oh, I was skipping ahead. I ended up in a 3-way. No, that's a 4-way. Oh god.
And yeah, he gets like super pissed, and he goes to Doc. We see Doc for the first time, and he's watching porn and having his masturbation machine on, and he basically is like, "Here, I got this." He's like, "Oh, you want to sell after all?" He's like, "No, it's time. I gotta chrome up."
Boom, 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 boom.
So he wants the thing in
He wants
his
his techno
spine. He wants to chrome up, probably just to beat up the bully for now, I would assume.
Yeah, do it. And don't get the meds that you need as well. Do it.
Yeah.
Go pure or go your brain. Where did you go?
So yeah, and that's the first episode. He wants to get chromed up, and that's episode numero uno. So yeah, not a good day for our main protagonist.
No.
And yeah, unfortunately, we have to do it all really, really quickly. I wish we
There's
had.
about 3 episodes worth of content in that easily.
Yeah. I wish they would have gotten like more time and stuff for these things. You could flesh this out quite a bit and explore some things in the school and everything, because we really only see those three those three guys talk to him.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look, I'm a bully, and then he gets beat up in the next episode. So yeah, he's an illegal Ripper doctor. Oh, I assumed so. I did assume so. His business doesn't look very well businessy.
Yeah.
He's
like,
pretty much
when you-
masturbating on the same table where he's performing a surgery. So I don't know if I would bite the thing that they bite there all the time. But hey, maybe he disinfects.
know. Do you get a complimentary masturbatron if you go there, though?
I would put it in the package. It's like if you get your parts here, you get a masturbation man.
The whole masturbation man, not
The
just
whole
the
man.
machine, but the whole man. Wow,
I mean,
that's a deal.
I would probably opt for a masturbation woman, but can't be picky
No,
in
they only
those
have men.
scenarios, I guess.
No, only men. They ran out
Only
of women.
men. Oh. Most doctors only masturbate during surgery. Well, see, that's how you do it.
It's good for focus.
Dog is totes legit. What are you talking about, James?
That's how they practice one-handed,
Sure. I mean, you can do it no-handed in this universe.
True. You can cut off your hands and do surgery.
Oh, I thought you meant masturbation. Okay.
I mean, I did, but then I evolved what
Oh.
you meant with what was funnier at the
Damn.
time.
So yeah, episode 2 starts with him getting the thing installed, and it's very painful and looks really bloody, and David is not a happy camper. And I think the deal they have is, okay, I'm gonna install it for you, but if you can't take it and have to take it back out, this thing is mine. And so he doesn't have to pay, because the Ripper doctor is like, oh, this is gonna fry his brain real quick, and I'm just gonna take his thing, because that's a win-win for me.
Yeah. Book of Boba Fett.
So honestly, I have no idea how these cyberpunk surgeries go. I don't know how you replace the spine just like that or enhance it. I just don't know.
With science.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bitch, science.
So I don't know what kind of logic I can apply here. I mean, this doesn't look good. It's like blood everywhere. I think you just kind of have to go with it in this scenario. I mean, there's like a lung replacement at some point, which does happen. Or maybe it's just attached to his spine or his back. I don't know. I don't know how they would work in the lore.
Yeah, it's well, they do something. I will say is that immunosuppressors seem to be an essential, which we know it's like for obviously the psychosis thing, but you would imagine it would also help with the rejection part, because obviously human body doesn't like foreign objects being inserted into it very much. They kind of attack those.
So yeah, I don't know what the science is behind this in this universe. So I can't really make any guesses on that. I just assume they have the proper technology to do that because it's so common in this universe. So yeah, but yeah,
Thinking about it, it's something that could be Googled, because this was originally a tabletop game with like obscene amounts of lore. So maybe there is like something somewhere that has every answer you could ever want.
Adam Smash is canonically only 4% human. That's more than I expected.
Huh.
Then again,
And there's like Adam Smasher, who has no human left in
Yeah.
him. He's gone full digital.
Adam Smash has literally a brain in a suit. Yeah. I can't even start to guess how that would work.
Slowly over time, I think, is the answer to that. Very slowly over time.
But yeah, I think it's just the technology they have. I have to assume. But yeah, there you go. I thought just point it out as well. Adam is simply built different. That's what he says. think you just
Not
gotta
wrong.
accept that it is possible in this universe. Yeah, I think there's probably like cyberpunk lore about that, as Meme just said. So there you go.
Yeah. And as always, like internal consistency is king. So as long as it's consistent within its own rules, we're fine. We're fine.
Yeah, I just meant to point it out. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god. Also, that dog has like I think multiple arms hanging around everywhere, and you can just rip them out and replace them on a whim. I found it just pretty neat as a design.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah. So yeah, he puts that thing in his in his bag or something, whatever it is, and I think right after he just goes to school because he still has blood on his jacket and everything, and he just fucking kicks the bully right off his seat. And
smile for the camera. I don't care about getting caught.
yeah. So the bully activates his thing, but now David activates his as well. And would you look at that? Shit slows down. It's like, ooh, that looks familiar. Even has those after image tisms. I was like, wait a minute, I've seen that before.
Didn't someone just die with one of those?
That seems familiar. So yeah, Kung Fu Chip not helping here because he just moves quickly around him and fucking punches him into a wall. Just fucks him up. So yeah, you sent me a thing, James. Is that? Oh, that's long. Long text.
Here you got all the lore in the world. Wait, meme repository. My wife said you sound like the text-to-speech reader from Gartic Phone. I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
Oh, that's like an explanation for cyberpsychosis, like compared to the tabletop game. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's for David and V. So basically, it's like David starting humanity is probably already pretty high. That's why he is able to withstand for so long. And has lots of buffer.
Yeah, it definitely sounds that way. He's from very early on. He is like from this scene that is being described right now. They pretty much established that he is built different. He has got much. Because most people would succumb to cyberpsychosis almost immediately using this specific little doodad, but David's just like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna. Looks like he's cloned himself 40 times in blue. Okay, so he is blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like teal-ish blue, depending on how far he went, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, cyberpsychosis is a disorder that in part depends on the subject's overall internal gutter. Not everyone who gets loaded up in cyberware is going automatically go cyberpsycho. Oh, wait, no, I skipped the thing. I'm reading it on my phone because otherwise I'll floomp up my Discord here. Depends on the subject's overall internal susceptibility. There you go. Just like every person who drinks a lot at parties doesn't end up in an alcoholic in the gutter, not everyone who gets loaded up in cyberware is going to automatically go cyberpsycho. You have to have an inherent susceptibility, which, in the tabletop game, is represented by the player's humanity stat. Humanity is not just a measure of one aspect of personality, but an overall measure of several elements, including the subject's ability to emphasize and relate with others, their ability to absorb and rebound from mental and physical stressors, their ability to show compassion and flexibility to others, and whether they are able to balance their worldview through other methods. So in some ways, I tend to treat cyberware as an addiction. Heavy anabolic steroid use being my favorite model. Yeah, not everyone who juices up ends up crazy mad with roid rage, but those who are more susceptible to the need to take more steroids are more likely to hit a point where they do flip into roid rage. And there's more, but I'm not going to read all of this, but that's actually pretty neat interest. But that's from the creator himself, Mike Pond.
Yeah,
So
very heavily involved with he obviously created the tabletop, but then he was also heavily involved with the games creation.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, that's interesting to know, because I don't know shit about the tabletop game as well. So yeah, but I didn't find it to be like far-fetched that there's people that are way more susceptible for that kind of thing. Just makes sense.
Yeah,
there's a difference between people for sure.
Yeah, it seems that by the time of 2077, there's actually a treatment for cyberpsychosis that actually seems to work, which seems to be cool. But it's like controversial because it only came around the last few years. But it seems to, according to this one shard you can find in game, it's like, they go through a brain dance therapy and then they don't have symptoms by the end or something, and then they also go through medicines and surgeries, and it's a whole treatment plan, it seems, to get through it. But by the end they don't have any symptoms left, so it's like, oh, okay, so that's cool. I guess it's getting someone to act once you have I guess the barrier there is once you have cyberpsychosis, actually consenting to treatment is probably very difficult. So probably one of those things where you got to get strapped down and force fed and all of that, and most of the time they're just killed. So yeah.
Very well. Oh god. So yeah, he kicks him into a wall, doesn't really care that they're being filmed and everything. And yeah, Kuro starts being a little bitch. And he's like, nah, I'm gonna tell my dad. I'm gonna snitch on you. You broke my nose. Me. Because the father's the head of the board of Arasaka or something. And David says, well, I don't give a shit. And then goes home. So, yeah, he even uses the implant to speed up getting home. And, yeah. And then he's sad when he looks at his mother's urn. Which, yeah, makes sense. I would be sad, too. And then we see that the dad is getting all that information of his son getting beat up. And he's like, why the fuck are you showing me this? This is boring. I want to do something else. And
like the masturbation matron.
Yeah, exactly. And the dude he's getting called by is called Marcus. And he basically says, well, I don't care. Why are you showing me this? And then we learn that the implant he's used is a Sandivistan. I had the Japanese dub, so they called him Sandy. I call it Sandy too. That thing that's the implant, the Sandy, was worn by the former Second Lieutenant James Morrison, which was the guy we saw in the beginning who went psycho. And they see that, and it seems like, well, David does not seem to have any side effects at all, so he might be very easy for me to say, tolerable to genetic implants. And with that, a prime candidate for testing those kind of parts, or this part specifically. San Dev Eastan. Okay, gotcha. I'll keep saying Sandy, it's easier. And and then he asks the guy, well, what's this David guy doing now? And it's like, well, he has been expelled. And he just says, well, summon him, tell him he's getting financial aid, bait him out. I want him back in.
Bait him out, you say? Bait him out?
Not masturbate him out. Stop it. God damn it. Every goddamn time.
You walked into that one.
God damn it, I can't use normal language around you. It just never ends well.
yeah, like the language is where I go to. No. Language comes to me to. Fuck. I'm
Absolutely.
There.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
And then Marcus asks, what about your son? And he just says, well, Seems like his son needs to start learning to serve for the company's best interest. Basically telling his son can get fucked.
He already did.
Yeah. He already got beat up. So yeah, I think David is just now chilling at home, just having a sleep, and he gets a call from the principal. It's like, hey, your expelling has been formally decided, and is about to tell him that, hey, but Kuro's dad wants to talk to you, but before he can even finish, he just ends the call. It's like, get out, fuck off, I don't want to talk to you.
Eat a dick and die.
And then we see him walk through the areas again, but now he's not just walking by, he just kind of hangs out at those places. He's just talking to some of the cops and just sitting between the guys that having their masturbation session. I don't know why you would stop there, but you can do whatever you want. That's fine with me.
Kindred spirits.
And then he's back on the train, and then he sees Lucy. We see Lucy full blown for the first time. Don't.
I was more concentrating on the fact that she's called Lucy.
Okay. Do I dare to ask why?
Well, imagine it's not spelled with a U, but instead 2 O's. And you think about loose in another context, and she is a woman.
Oh, fuck me. It's only episode 2. Fuck. But yeah, just kind of looking at her, and she's taking chips out of people's necks. They just kind of pop out. I guess that's one of the abilities she's got as a Netrunner. And
yeah, she kind of just uses the force to pluck chips from people.
Well, you kind of just get propelled out.
Yeah.
That's I assume that's a part of the hacking abilities she possesses. And she gets a thing, but yeah, she goes for David's one, but he noticed he was watching, and he has the implant, so he just uses that and holds her back. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Stop it. And she's surprised, and then just gets him between the cars in one of those hallways you get from car to car. And it's like, what's your angle? What's wrong with you? And it's like, well, looks like you're just a thief, and I can't believe it that you're just a petty thief. I thought you would be not one because you're pretty. I don't know. And but yeah, he's been noticing her a bunch throughout his walkings, I guess. We saw it at least once, so maybe he noticed her before. And anyway, she holds him down with like a grabby move, and even puts some of her deadly strings around his throat as we see him, and he scans him. He's like, "Oh, you're in trouble," and a student in the academy. Look at you. And he's like, "Oh, dropped out. Leave me alone.
You're not my real Bob.
You're not my real Bob. Oh, she's dead." And yeah, she can just scan these things. I actually wrote down here, man, that's a pretty useful ability. I wonder if she uses that again. And she uses that. She uses that a lot. That's one of the main things she does use, all her hacking things. So, good job.
Hooray!
Just one of those things you wanted to keep tabs on in case that's gonna be useful. But as far as I can tell, if they were able to use it, they did use it.
Yeah, I think that's the good thing about this coming directly from the game, is that they just basically import all the abilities from the game and just apply it to different characters. So it's actually, they have an advantage there, and they take it. Like some games, some films and shows are adapted from games, and then they don't use the game's very already established mechanics to their advantage to save time.
Yeah.
So good job, guys. Good job.
Absolutely.
Good job.
And then she sees the part he has, and so I was like, "Ooh, where'd you got that part from?" But then she says, "Oh, whatever. Curiosity killed the cat." And then she suddenly
wants his heart.
She proposes they work together, calling it crazy idea, which at the time, yeah, sounds kind of crazy, but we get that recontextualized in the next episode because she's working with the guys that wanted the part that he has now installed. Because they were working with Gloria, and
Gloria Hole.
Kind of lucky for her that she found him here. I guess I don't think she was keeping tabs on him specifically. It's just kind of a lucky thing they got together here. But she knew about the part, so it's like, oh, he's using the same kind of dealio, so I'm gonna, I guess, rope him in. And she's like, let's work together, and they end up to a 70-30 split, which David agrees to because, well, he needs cash, and they work together now, and they eject the chips, and David uses his speedy boy ability to just grab them all.
Zoom.
And they basically get all the chips in the cart, and they leave.
Yeah.
And when they leave, we see that David gets a nosebleed and falls unconscious. And it's like, oh,
stick a tampon up there, you'll be fine.
Something's up here. And he wakes up in one of those medic cars. I don't know. It's probably not trauma team because he's not a member, so they wouldn't care. It seems like a shoddy kind of medic car or something. It's like, does he have a thingy? And what's going on with him? He doesn't pay attention. Rookie mistake. And he hasn't been taking his pills. And he's like, what pills? What are you talking about? An ambulance? No, a medic car. Shut up. But yeah, it seems Doc hasn't given him any of those pills. Probably because he thought he's just gonna crumble anyway immediately, so he didn't give him any. So David is not even aware he needs to take specific medication to not go nuts or have any side effects. And then this medic tries to take him hostage because she realizes, oh, that's an expensive implant. That's gonna give me a couple of 10K eddies. So how about you don't do anything crazy? And then Lucy does something crazy. She basically kicks him into the medic floomp, and wow, all the frames I got did not show what they do. That's unfortunate. Where's the fucking white shot of that? What the hell?
You're gonna end up on porn soon. I'm gonna laugh.
No, there you go. So just ejects out of the car. That's not porn.
It kind of. It could be if you squint.
Fine. So yeah, she just does that and rolls down and just holds to a stop. And they escape because they don't go after them because probably not worth the hassle or something. So yeah, just a nice little slidey fleam they do. Fuck off, fly. So yeah, she's dodging cars left and right. It's yeah, it's the thing. It's a little action scene, I guess. Listen, it's kind of silly, okay, but it's short. It's fine.
Yeah, you know, like yeah. And I think it is outdone by a car chase that happens later, but we'll get there when we get there.
You mean all the way at the end?
Oh, I mean like I think it's episode 3 or 4, like his first job.
Yeah. That was weird. Righty. So yeah, and then they go to the dock man, and it's like, well, why'd you go be pills? And he's like, well, I thought you didn't need them. It's like, you're a piece of shit, aren't you? And we also hear that, well, wow, you shouldn't have firing the thing up so much. Uh, the things you did, I should have fried a grown up soldier man's brain, pretty much. And I think he did it like 8 times today already. I think he says, or at least says it a little bit later. And he gives them those pills like, you should never take more than 3 a day and not fire up the thing so much, otherwise it will scramble your brain. And I was like, oh, okay, good to know. Thanks, dog. Would have been good before, you piece of shit. Stupid, shady dog. And yeah, Lucy pays for the for like a 3 days worth of immuno flimflams. And then David and Lucy chill out a bit, and it's like, hey, I'm good to do more work. She's like, nah, I don't want you to go nuts, but hey, go with me. Go chillax at my place. Then we do relax and acting all cool and stuff. And yeah, they just basically chill out a bit over there.
They net moon and chill.
Net moon and chill. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah, they just hang out in her apartment, just doing the thing, and she tells them about the things and stuff. No, they have some bands where she's trying to make fun of him. If it's the first time he's chilled with a girl or something, or he hasn't had a drink before. But it's just not his favorite kind of drink. And also apparently he's just not good with sodas or fizzy
carbonated.
Drinks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like a kind of fun little thing. He always needs to cough or something when he drinks those. And it's like, oh, you're into these Edgerunner things. He's like, yeah, series from this JK guy, big fan.
He's into edging?
He's into edging, hardcore. And yeah, that's the guy who makes the simulations that we saw in the first episode. But I think we mentioned that already. And it's like, hey, you seem to be a fan of this quote unquote gunk, as he says it. Points to a poster with the wall. Yeah, she wants to go to the moon. She's like, something wrong with that? Like, she gets like really serious. I was like, oh, I guess we're doing bands. But yeah, he says people want to make the moon into something useful, but he learned in school that it seems to be more of a prison camp than anything else these days. And yeah, she gets instantly serious, and he makes fun of that. When he makes fun of that, sorry, and he's not a stupid idiot, so he realizes, oh, that must be something important. And he's like, oh, nothing wrong with that. It's just what I heard in school. Like they act like human beings around each other, which I quite liked. He's not like just keep making fun. He reads the room and does
characters can do that
thing.
Still.
Yeah, sometimes. I realized I had Discord minimized and we weren't lighting up, but that's fine. It's just visual. So yeah, she wonders why he wasn't at school, and he tells her that, well, he and his mom weren't that good off, but she scrapped all the eddies together she could in order to provide his education, as we already heard. And it was kind of her dream for him to rise up the corporal ladder and become a big boy and everything. Or he says it's kind of was a dream of theirs together. But from day one, he knew that he didn't really fit in, or that he belonged. And when asked why he didn't leave, he says, well, I guess I didn't want to hurt my mom, and it was kind of our dream, so this was happen. And she says that, well, it doesn't seem like it was your dream, and he seems kind of unsure, but says, no, there's nothing wrong with that, having that dream, or a dream with someone else. And
wink wink.
She then points out, well, you're your own person, you should just do your own things, right?
Like pee on the moon.
Like pee on the moon. And he says, seems like she already knows her dream. And she basically just wants to get as far away as possible from the city. And that is why she's so interested in the moon, because I guess in the universe, the moon is the farthest away you can get from the city that is reachable to humans, would be my assumption. So yeah. Just a nice little conversation. Nothing wrong with that. I liked it.
Yeah.
Just
Character development and yeah, chillaxing, chillifying, moon flicks and chill.
moon flicks and chill. Goddamn right. And then oh yeah, she shows him the moon VR tisms, the brain dance. And it's kind of nice. They go in there and he's like, "Wow, that's some crazy good resolution." I just found that funny as a thing he would point out, because that's a thing you would point out in real life. It's like, "Oh, that's some crazy good resolution."
And I like that resolution in the future includes sensation, so you can feel the sun.
Yeah. But she points out it's obviously dotted down, otherwise he would just be burnt to a crisp. It's like, yeah.
Oh wow, they're about to zero gravity 69. That's a
No.
very unconventional maneuver, but I support it.
An unconventional maneuver. But yeah, they're just going around having a good time. It's like, yeah, just chilling. And when he asks, right, why would you show this to me? He says, oh, I don't know, just kind of felt right. And
On a zero gravity 69?
you fucker. And she says, oh, I think we might be a good team. But then they get interrupted. And it looks like it was all a ruse. Oh, no.
Oh no.
That's annoying.
The cockblock squad has arrived.
The cockblock squad has indeed arrived. And we see the big boy for the first time. The big boy main. Or at least we see his fist. And that's where the episode ends. So yeah, I got a little character development between those. We got his little flim flam machine. We get to know that Arasaka is interested in his apparent ability with these kind of implants. And yeah, time well spent in this episode, I would say.
I'd say so. You gotta be careful having sex in zero G because your dick could snap off pretty easily unless you were strapped together.
Okay. I don't have anything to add to that.
It's a good PSA to have, I think, if you are ever going to try, if you're ever going to try and make the beast with two backs without, a downward force pulling you, getting pulled off might result in parts getting pulled off. So be safe, kids.
Be safe, kids. In case that ever happens to you, just keep this stream in mind. Please subscribe.
For more zero G safety tips, subscribe to Metalcommander.
Oh my. Righty.
Unsubbed and reported me.
No, unsub to meme, not me. God damn it. Main pillar in Dorio in the 30s to 40s by Metal. That makes sense. Sounds about right. So yeah, and we start with them Edgerunners being here. We got big old lanky boy. We got her. We got him. We got her. Got him as well. And we get to learn their names. So this is Pilar. This is Dorio. This is Main. And we know the other two. So yeah, they're all part of the same team. Yeah, this is Muscle Mummy. Everyone's just horny. Everyone's just horny today.
See, Main is so manly that he is making the zero gravity 69 work in regular Earth gravity, as you can see right here from this freeze frame.
He's about to slobber. So yeah, they get ambushed. The people that ambushed him with Lucy, and they're cyberpunks. They talk about how they got this implant back off of him, as it is theirs, and they talk about we have to get get it off him with some doctor, and it's gonna cost thing, or we kill him, but then we still need someone else to get rid of the body and stuff, and we probably just break even. And they talk how their contact had been gone missing and everything. And David picks up and is like, wait, what do you mean contact? And for some reason, they tell him the full name of their contact, which I found really weird. They're like, yeah, our contact, Gloria Martinez. It's like, okay. Obviously lucky for David, because like, oh, that's my mom. I was like, oh, okay. That was really lucky for you. Otherwise, you would have had a bad time.
Yeah.
And basically like, well, I thought this was her, so you know what? I used it. And he tells them, it's like, yeah, she died yesterday. And then the tone shifts instantly on them. And they're like, oh shit. Well, it explains why we weren't able to contact her. And it's like, yeah, sorry for the loss and everything, but you know, this is still ours, and we want it back. Obviously, and it's like, yeah, that's fair, I guess.
I'm going in.
And I was like, hey, you're cyberpunks, right? It's like, hey, let me keep the implant, give me a chance on the job. I won't fuck it up, and I pay everything back, no matter how long it takes. And they're like, yeah, no deal. You won't even do anything with that thing. It'll fry you like crazy after 2 times max. Of course, we know they did it like 8 times already. Today, and he's like, well, how about I'm gonna show you. And even Lucy says, well, he is full of surprises. And they all get their guns out. I was like, you better sit your ass back down. He's like, hey, don't worries, I'm just gonna grab the SIG and put it back in your hand. And then he takes it, puts it back in his hand, no starts bleeding instantly. But he then tells him, it's like, well, I did that 9 times today now. He was like, oh wait, no, 10 times because I put it back in you. Well, and yeah, that impressed him. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. You know what? I'm gonna give you a chance. You get 1 chance. Don't fuck it up. And then Lucy looks like she's about to hug him, but seemingly she only puts a tracker in him.
Then she penetrates him
In the neck, which
yes,
is probably not as nice.
In his neck slot.
His neck. I love the fact that
Tell me I'm wrong.
I love the fact that Main and Dory all together looks like those 2 Chungus people, just cracks me up. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
I wish we had more between them. There's too little. I want to see more between them.
Yeah, I wanted more Main in general, because he seemed like a really... He was not like just... He's the kind of thug character I like, where he's kind of live and let live. Sort of thing, and he's also stands up for his crew.
Yeah. Yeah, we get a lot of characters in this show, but we don't spend a lot of time with them because of the time restrictions we have, and it would have made a lot of deaths much more impactful, at least to me. I mean, we get all the context for the people and why it's like why it affects the people around them like they do. But like for me personally, when I saw it, it's like, oh yeah, I get it, but it's not affecting me as hard as it could, you know?
Yeah, I'm mourning a lot of the time it's like I'm mourning because these characters are presented in ways that I know I would have fallen in love with them had we had more time with them.
That's a really good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, and then they say, well, I'll leave you to it. I'll get in contact with you tomorrow. And they're all about to leave. Obviously, Lucy isn't leaving because that's her place, so she stays, like you would.
Naturally.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna forward a little bit.
I like that the name of this episode is Smooth Criminal.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fun. But yeah, they have a little talksy again when everyone is out, because David is upset Lucy has been lying to him to get him here. And she tries to act all cool, I guess. Oh, it's fun that I see this note because I wrote down. Well, it's definitely going to be something like, I didn't lie with everything back then. I mean, that's basically what happens, but I was like, oh yeah, because they're probably going to be a thing, and obviously they will be.
They're gonna scissor.
Maybe we don't see that.
Yeah. They keep cutting away. We don't know what they do.
I keep
So I can
clicking
say whatever I
something.
want.
So he's like, yeah, sorry for your loss and stuff, and then he just leaves. Uh, in the studio's defense, the CDP progressives are already trying to get them the change the show, so they had to act fast. Oh, they constantly want them to change stuff around. I mean, I get the feeling that they had been rushed to some degree because you can tell from some of the frames in the show and everything. But yeah, as I said, it's more time would have been nice. Could have made it even better. Because, as I said in the beginning, it's a really enjoyable thing to watch. So yeah. David makes his way home now, and he gets another call from the principal saying that, hey, you've been re-entered into the school because of all your good grades in the past, and all will be forgiven if he gives an apology, but he interrupts the message again and just go like, nah, go away. And
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. And then we got like a small time skip to the next day, I think, because he gets a call from Maine. It's like, you're up now. And then we see them do their first gig together.
Hells yeah.
Or maybe we already got the time skip. I think this might actually be the next day already, because I think he gets the call from Maine right after he gets rid of the call. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we skipped from Lucy's apartment at night to the next day at night or something when they start the mission. Let me just see if there's a good frame for that. I don't know, I'll just use this. So they have their first little plan. Should be easy peasy. So the plan is basically we have this guy called Maxime. He's a bodyguard and driver of the Arasaka Corporation. And they know that he goes to gamble and underground cage fights all the time. And always bets on a certain big person lady fighter that mostly wins all the time. But they made sure that the person does not win tonight. Basically putting Dorio in the cage. And she has like implants in her fists and stuff. So she just batters the lady in the face once and she's done so. Which means he will, as he apparently always does if he loses or just goes to the bar in general, to get drunk and stuff. Just
drown his sorrows.
Drown his sorrows, exactly. And there, when he's pissed up and everything and falls kind of asleep, the idea is they're gonna get his car key, photocopy it, and then get into the car to get the navigation data and then put it back before he notices. That's the plan. But of course it goes wrong because he gets a call from his boss to do a drive or something on his day off, which is very unfortunate for our team, of course. So they have to improvise. So he's about to leave, and the chip is Dunzo being copied. The key, I mean. And now it's David's part. He needs to do all the catching of the getting the chip. He's not catching it, just getting it, puts it in the thing, and now he needs to get it and get to the car and get the data before the guy comes back. Really?
You left a large enough pause there, and I'm on 4 a.m. brain at the moment. All I can process is things that sound sexual.
Great. So yeah, they go there, and we get to see Rebecca for the first time, which she's there to just kind of distract him for a little bit. We haven't seen her before, so I just assume, well, she's part of the team. We'll get some stuff on her in a little bit. So yeah, they grab the key to the car and grab the nav data stuff and then leave. So they get in the car, Lucy and David, I should specify. And Lucy uses her hacking abilities to get the navigational data, but they're too slow because Lucy refuses to leave when they get told, which means the security system is back online right after Lucy is finished getting the data. So they have to leave now with the car. And Maine is like, yo, David, boot up the car and get the hell out of there. And he's like, I've never driven before. I don't even know how this works. And, well, maybe you better
learn fast.
Better learn fast, because that's your chance, and better don't fuck it up. So, yeah, he just does it anyway, and he crashes front, back, and then gets out of the parking lot, of the parking spot. And they drive off. And they're told to meet up with Aldos, I think was the name. Yeah. Because that place should be safe. And they just drive off, and the comms cut out, and Lucy and David are on their own for now. And then we see right after a hit squad is up their bums, calling a called the Tiger Claws, which I guess is from the games as well, with the info I've gotten from chat, that there are people been taken from the game. So yeah, they drive off to the highway, but they get stuck in traffic. And David is thinking, oh, what I'm gonna do? He's like half panicking. It's like flight or fight thing. And then he's like, oh, I'm gonna go to the other lane. And somehow by using his implant, that makes him go over the rail better, which I found really weird. He could have just done that without the implant. I get it on the other side, because then he uses it for, I guess, better reaction times, because it's kind of slowed down for him, is the idea. So
something
he has
like that.
Better perception, so he can just dodge these things, and he just goes like, and so we also haven't changed the visual.
Yeah, there's some parkour, there's some carcore.
Carcore, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he gets to react faster, I guess. Also, this is the inside view. Lucy is a little bit panicky. David just like, but yeah, as Swalpo just pointed out, he probably should have flipped the car the way he navigated that, at least as we see, because he just kind of jerks it around. It's a pretty silly thing to see. I don't think this is going to work anyway they show it here.
This was a scene that probably needed a few more workshops before being animated. But sounds like they did not have time for such things as these, so we got this amusing execution.
Cool idea, execution needed work. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, apparently now it does a weird combination of making him fast, but also making his perception probably better, and makes slow stuff down for him. At least that's how he perceives it. That's my general idea of that Sandy implant.
I hope that implant doesn't accidentally turn on in the middle of hanky panky. That is
when you get too excited. I mean, maybe that's even better for you. Maybe it's just like, whoa.
Yeah, but her vagina would be set on fire from the inside, so it's like trade-off there.
Oh no! What if you activate just right when you finish, and it's like, oh, extended pleasure. Ooh.
Does that mean your cum shoots out like a shotgun blast and you shatter her spine?
Maybe.
Stuff to think about.
There you go. Studio Trigger embraces the crazy of the animation studio medium. I don't know if they would change it or not. Yeah, that's probably a good thing to say, to point out. Man, words hard. So yeah, basically the one of the two guys that chase them crashes a little bit into the back of the traffic jam, and the other one just crashes and dies. He just gets even split in half by getting run over a truck. It's Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, a little tiny bit, little bit.
So yeah, they make their way to Aldos. But the other guy, he wasn't finished. He caught up with them. Come on.
Everything sounds funny when it's 4 a.m. When it's 4:25. Anything that can mean come will mean come.
Come. So yeah, they make their way to Aldos, and the other guy caught up to them.
Oh my gosh,
and
trying to suck his own dick.
I don't think he's trying to do that. The other one could do that because he's cut in half.
Yeah, but look, he's trying and failing. You see, because his legs are up in the air and his.
Oh, you mean
his
David?
head,
Okay.
Yeah, David.
Maybe he's trying to do an N again. I don't know.
Maybe, but now he's more like a C.
Yeah, I can see that. So yeah, Lucy, David, and the guy have like a short tussle, a fight, if you will. And she uses the strings from the last episode to cut up the one guy's arm, cut off even. But he's got more implants, and then David kind of pushes him around using the Sandy. But right before things go bad, Big Boy Main appears. He stops the blade with his reinforced body, and then uses a big-ass cannon to vaporize the fool. It just gets splattered on the containers. There's not a lot left of him. And
yeah,
they did it. They saved the day for themselves.
Yeah.
So they kinda did the mission, but it's gonna be pointed out that they only kinda were able to finish that mission. So yeah, later that night they just have their after gig party, if you will. They just hang out, and David gets complimented by Maine. It's like, hey, that was pretty good. So yeah, welcome to the crew. Also, here's some immunopills that should last you for the whole month, and here's your cut. And David is like, holy shit, that's a lot of money. And he also says, well, you should probably save some of those eddies and get yourself some reinforcement, because with that implant, your normal bones would probably not be able to hold up for very long. And
yeah, they probably go shatter, splat, splat.
Yeah, and he also says if you would have had some implants in your fists already, you would have been able to delete that tiger claw dude by yourself, probably in one hit. And yeah, he also makes sure to tell David you should not use your own crew as a crutch, and the only person you can trust the most is yourself. So yeah, he's part of the crew now. He did well. Also, we see Kiwi for the first time here, I think. No, I think we see a shot of her before, but yeah.
We see her cosplaying as Scarlet.
And then we get Pilar. He's just floomping around, making masturbation jokes, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
We see her vagine later. Of course, Walpole would point that out, but you're right.
Yep. We see all vagines except for one, I think.
And yeah, they have their little talky talks, and then Big Evil Man appears. Faraday. He has 3 eyes on one side.
Yeah, every time I see him, my brain is just going like,
How would
I'm
that
just
look?
imagining.
How would that look? Quite literally, how would that look for you?
It looks like someone in Photoshop. It looks like he had 2 eyes originally, the normal 2 eyes, and someone like took the copy tool in Photoshop and then put 2 more down, and they forgot to space them out.
But yeah, but I think it's on purpose that way. But it looks pretty creepy.
It's very striking.
English Faraday is voiced by Gus from Breaking Bad. Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's Giancarlo Esposito.
Despacito, part 2?
Yeah.
Nice. But yeah, the guy I I've written down. Then a big evil man appears with 4 eyes, but it's lopsided because he has 3 eyes on the right and 2 on the and 1 on the left.
Oh my goodness.
And then the guy tells Maine, well, the mission didn't really go as planned because the way it went, we're now back at square one, and this Tanaka guy that they are after, or he is after, is now highly alert, and now they have to wait until shit settles down, and basically tells him, I think you work. Is that clear? And he's like, yeah, it's fine. And yeah, we learned that this is Faraday, the middleman who got them the gig, and is one of the top fixers around here. So he gets like all these missions for people. And basically, Maine is the guy who gets shit done, and Faraday is the one with all the cash.
How do you make eye contact with this guy?
It's like, I don't know which eye to focus on. I don't get it.
I would just I would be wandering around. Like I think I would keep focusing. Like 90% of the time, I'd be on his 3 eyes, just kind of looking them up and down, and then I would occasionally switch to the normal eye for the contrast.
No, just someone in chat. I'm Faraday. I have 4 eyes, but one's not where you think. That's top comment of the night. I don't think anyone can top that. That's pretty.
I don't know. I could say "come" 40 more times.
That's pretty good, but that's a good, that's a good one.
Yeah, might not top that though.
Good stuff. But also Maine tells David, so I don't think about it. He just gives us the missions, and that's it. Don't worry about it. And it's quite a tense scene between them, because like, I'm the big alpha, but no, I am, even though the one is much bigger than the other. And then
he just has really shitty binocular vision.
Yeah. And then David sees Lucy just chilling out, and I guess it's also already implied that he somewhat has a crush on her right now. But then he sees her talk to Pilar, and he probably thinks like, oh, they're probably flirting or something. But yeah, before we get any more, we get Rebecca's introduction for the first time, and I think that's a lot of people's favorite waifu. I think, I don't know. I saw a lot of people in chat already. We need more Rebecca. Well, he introduces her. He even grabbed him a drink, and he doesn't immediately remember her, and she's a bit annoyed. It's like, oh, come on, we just had a mission together. And it's like, oh, it's you. You were on the mission. And he's like, yeah. And then have like a little cheers. And that's about it right now. She just seems to be the most welcoming one of the team as of now. And
yeah, she wants to jump his bones.
She does. Rebecca girl cucked to death.
Yeah, I was trying to think about how I could distort her name into cuck. I was thinking like Kaka, Beck Kaka. Eventually, somehow I ended up with Cuck Baka. I don't know where that came from. But...
Rebecca's in her 20s as well, by the way. Yeah, that's I thought they would all be like in 20s and something like those.
And then there's the 17-year-old.
Yeah. Rebecca. Becca wants the Martinez schlong.
Beckcuck.
Just Becuck.
Becuck.
Becuck. So yeah, that's their short introduction, and yeah. He looks back at where Lucy was chilling, and she sees that the two are gone. And you know what? I'm actually happy with his reaction, because it's not cringe. Because
that's nice.
Yeah, because he just sees it, and because often if it happens like this, he goes like, "Oh, that's so and oh, it's so annoying. I wanna get that cooch or something." But he does like this super relatable thing where you can tell it's like, oh, he might have thought about going to talk to her and stuff, but now he saw that and they're gone, and he's like, oh, she's possibly with the guy and something, and all he does is letting out a sigh and takes a sip from his drink. It's like, yeah, yeah, I get it.
It's all you need. It's all
Yeah.
you need. You don't need it's nice to not have the cringe.
I feel that pain so hard. Yeah, it's super relatable. I'm really happy that's the way they did it.
Yep, less is more.
Yeah. And then he coughs again because it's a fizzy drink. And that,
Like
yeah,
how
that's
he looks at it like it's his mortal enemy.
that's numero 4. Also a fine episode, if you would ask me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, the weird car chase thingy, that's kind of whack.
Yeah. And you haven't had to dodge around nudity in a while, which is good.
Yeah, time for some boobs. We're just making sure I'm actually paying attention. What episode are we at? Literally, episode 4. Exactly, yeah, we just episode 4. Fun fact: there's a drink in the game named after David Martinez. It's carbonated. Ah, bastards! The drink in the afterlife is carbonated due to it mostly likely being made by Falco. Okay.
That is hell.
Oh, hello.
Instead of lava in hell, he gets just a bunch of carbonated soda.
Yeah. So I think this episode is gonna go pretty quickly because I call this the montage episode.
Yes, that would be a very accurate way. The show likes its montages because it needs them very desperately to speed through all the story it wants to tell.
Yeah. I don't even know which frame to use for that. Here, I'll take that one.
Yeah.
Chat's gonna appreciate that one.
Yeah.
There you go. You can look at that while we go through this.
First frame I get is Kiwi with no clothes on, sitting at the. Is that the bar? I don't know. Yeah. But I think in this episode we get a cameo from a character in the game. I think if it's the montage episode, yeah, that would be
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
Because we start before the credits, we get almost like a dream sequence vision thingy. It looks like, but it's more like a thing we see that happens towards the end of the episode. Just like a little thingy majingy. But yeah, we basically get like a long montage where we see him getting to learn the ropes, and after he keeps asking for work. And we also see Maine and Dorio make out and then get annoyed by David who wants work.
Yeah, they kept, they try to reach Brain with their mouths, but then David calls and it's a faux pas. They, because Maine's mother always taught him not to talk with his mouth full. But, unfortunately, Mr. David is forcing him to go back on his mother's teachings. No. And he did, in fact, have to have a conversation, mouth full of tongue.
There we go.
Yeah.
And
that's my...
basically see that he's getting shown very different things. Wait, don't forget the word arm thing Maine goes to try to attract Dorio. I don't remember that.
The what?
I don't know. Remind us.
The word thing. Is he talking about like the text that appears on screen?
Huh?
Is he talking about the text that sometimes appears on screen?
No, just word arm. Oh, weird arm thing Maine does to attract Dorio. Oh. I don't remember that. I'm sorry. A mouthful of Dorito. Dorio gets off a punching Maine. Oh. This is a frame to join back on. I know, right? It's pretty good. Anyway. Where's the Discord? There it is. So, we just... I just go through those in no specific order. I think I just written them down. So Becca wants him to do the shootings, and also seems to be the most welcoming, as I just said, just being chill. Seems to be the gunslinger of the team, and this is where we also learn that he is having like PTSD for guns. I think the idea is that their car got shot up, and that's why he has an aversion to guns. This just kind of came out of nowhere and gets resolved instantly in this in this episode. I was just kind of I found it kind of weird that the whole gun thing made him go think back, which I guess is because the car got shot up. But yeah. But the idea being is this should be his backup for now in case things go to shit. Then we see that David gets a delivery job and he gets to deliver some golden hands to Pilar. And which he got from Aldo. And he brings them there. We see Pilar seems to be kind of like this easygoing weirdo with long ass limbs that likes to fuck around and be rude to people, basically.
Yeah.
And
I'm so excited to see more of him.
So yeah, Main is of course the leader of the team. Dorio and Dorio being like a fisticuffs lady with big strength and implants and stuff. Kiwi seems to be the main hacker of the group. And yeah, Main then tells Lucy to kind of take David in and train him. So they train together after an honest assessment by Lucy, where she says, "No offense, but chopsticks, narrow torso, not exactly built like a punk. With that frame, look primed to tweak out after one, maybe two more implants."
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man.
So tell me how you really feel.
Yeah. And then during, while they're jogging, they having a conversation. They was wondering, "Oh, are you a real Netrunner?" And she's like, "Clearly, and he's like, "Oh, nothing, just why would Netrunners have to, run for real?" And she said, "Netter's edge, runner's a runner, good stamina can take you far." And then talks about how old she is and is surprised because her agent skills simply don't match up. And she says only gongs talk to people according to age. It's about hard work and dedication and stuff. And we also learned that she hasn't actually hit it off with Pilar. And he seems to just take a mentor position sometimes, but then he turns to Grabby and then she zaps him a little bit, and that's what happened there, and then she fucked off home. We also get some Lucy anime titty here.
Yeah, big bounce.
So yeah, let me just see if there's some other frame-a-roos. That's too gory, I can use that one.
Here we go. It's just and you go to the next frame and it's just ass and vag together at last.
I'll use this. And we see that Main tries to teach him to drive, and also they have a bit of a conversation where he tells him that it is going to be a while till you'll be able to keep your ass alive only with cyber tech. And he's be like, "So, did Lucy and you hit it off already?" And he's like, "Nah, I'm not into her like that." And then Main basically tells him to cut the bullshit. We all have eyes. And David says, "Well, at least I don't think she is into me like that."
You just have to believe in yourself.
And we also see David participating in a couple of missions, just getting work done with them and stuff, using his implant. Supporting wherever he can. And he talks to Main about the moon thingy she showed him. And Ted's like, "Oh, it's her dream or something." And but I think it just might have been a thing to stall time until you guys arrived. And Main basically says, "Well, ask yourself. I don't know anything about people before they joined my team. I don't know. Also, it's probably not going to get more romantic than a night on the moon, a date on the moon." It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty romantic.
Yeah. And then Lucy gives him a training regimen and says, if you follow it closely after that, then... And he's like, then what? And then she runs away. And I was like, sex? Is she talking about sex? Are they going to have sex? They're going to have sex. And...
Fist her.
And then we see him go to the dock again, where he grabs some new lungs from the dock, which makes him more capable of running with stamina and stuff. And I think I've seen some contention about that. About the lung replacement thingy. I mean, lung replacements are a thing in real life already.
Yes.
So...
I mean, you can get full body replacement in this universe,
exactly.
So I don't know why the lungs are the contentious part here.
That's why I bring it up. Because I see people talking on Discord about it that he should have died there. I think actually Swolper was in that discussion, pointing out it's like, well, lung replacements do exist in real life, pretty much. And considering they have all this technology, I think it's not far-fetched for them to do it. And as you pointed out, they have like all the...
we got Adam Smasher.
We got Adam Smasher, yeah. So...
Which, by the way, what's his name? Who Mike Pondsmith apparently describes him as a high-functioning cyber psycho, which I love the concept of that for some reason.
It's a synth lung, not a physically organic lung, but yeah, he would have died in that surgery without anesthetic. I mean, doesn't he have any? I don't remember. I mean, I assume...
He gets put to sleep.
I mean, in the other ones, he didn't get one, but on this one, he needed to be upside down, so we didn't get a shot of his face this time. I assume he had to use anesthetics there. But yeah, probably need to hook him to a machine, but I'm sure it is possible. Yeah, we just see him getting the lung out and putting a new one. So
I don't understand why this is an issue in this universe with all of this far out body modification technology. Why are people getting caught up on the lungs? What am I missing here?
Do we get any clue if he even has anesthetic? Any tubes to help him stay alive? It's just a really short thing, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I don't think it's far-fetched in this universe. They replace all these kinds of body parts. So yeah, I mean, if they would have they put it probably weird for the lungs. I'd have to watch it again. The way they put in is probably weird for the lungs. Oh, okay. Don't have an issue. It's 2077. Just going from the arguments I've heard online. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just engaging with the conversation. Fully willing to accept that he can take a lung transplant. Mom, I'm being censored. I think Snakes is always a bit spicy, and YouTube is like, stop it.
Well, I'm noticing that they've caught on to Booba
what?
as a thing.
That's ridiculous.
So, they're saying Booba in the live chat, but it doesn't show up in the top chat, which is on your thingy here.
Yeah, for some reason, it's capturing the window that is live chat, but it doesn't change it on the stream chat. It's really weird. I haven't found a way to circumvent that. It's a bit dumb.
Yeah, I have the same problem on my stream where I did the copy paste the code from the website to get the nice looking text overlay, but it's always top chat. There's no option for live chat. There's not even like a line of code that seems to indicate whether it's top or
I see we check the same things because I went through the CSS code as well.
Yeah, I just want all the chat. I want all the depravity that YouTube doesn't not allow, that YouTube allows publicly at all. I want it all, but no.
So yeah, he gets them new lungs. Where is the Oh yeah, then we go back to his convo with Maine, and I was like, hi, how long has Lucy been running for them? It's like, oh, about a year. And as I already pointed out, when he asked what was before that, he says, I don't give a shit. As long as you pull your weight on the job, we're good. Doesn't matter what happened before this. And basically he just says, go ask her yourself. And then they pump some immune euphemisms together, just having a great time, getting high.
Yeah.
This is, by the way, where I would have started to show signs of Maine going psycho. This is where I would have maybe teased with some glitchy eyes or something, anything.
Because it does come really out of nowhere.
It is only in
happens.
in that episode, in episode 6, right?
Yeah, like I don't remember there being like he's just really cool, chill dude. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'm gonna be the dad, but we're like doing crime, but I'm the dad.
Mm-hmm.
And then next episode, she's like, I'm gonna fucking tear your spine now. She's like, oh god, we've jumped, we've jumped. Okay.
Do we see him adding more tech? I don't think Maine does any new tech. I think he still has the same stuff. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's weird because I've written down this whole thing how you could have done it with Maine, and then they basically do all these things in the second part of the season with David. I was like, that's weird. But yeah, we just basically go there. I immediately thought back to this conversation as well when it started happening. It's like, oh, you could have just easily like teased that there, where he's maybe absent-minded or something, or he starts to realize when they have to fight. It's like, oh, my visor is kind of glitching out. That's weird. Like that would have been pretty good, but it just kind of happens. But yeah, we'll get there. Oh yeah, we get our first death here in a second. So let me move. I keep clicking the avatar for solo streams, so sorry. So yeah, but we get a little bit of character development. Oh, there's boobies. Good.
Try not to get banned. Difficulty impossible.
Oh yeah, I think Dorio shows him a little bit of fighting and stuff, like some boxing technique. And basically them hanging out a little bit, all that good stuff. When does this? Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm not gonna show the peen on stream. That's not gonna happen.
Coward.
Isn't there like a white shot when they have to fight the guy that's pissing? One without the peen. Please, without the peen.
The peen is a package deal.
Oh, let's go with this one. This is nice and neutral.
I hope this peen. Oh, the peen is implied.
I hated that scene. I can't even recall what I felt when he died because they went with that annoying, let's show it 4 times editing style. All I remember feeling is annoyance at the editing. Yeah, that's what I mean. We don't get anything with the character. So this first half is like, oh shit, that happened. But then you realize, oh, I saw him make wank jokes and be rude. So I don't particularly care that just happened.
Yeah, there was kind of a gasp because I was just like, oh, this feels really early. I feel like we were going to have a little bit more with him.
Yeah.
But then it's like, there's a shock, but then there's no aftershock. There's no like mourning period.
I cared more that everyone else cared. Yeah, I cared more about the reactions of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically, they encounter some random fucker that is pissing from a container onto a barrel, which is a very interesting place to be on. But he's psyched up, so they do all kinds of crazy shit. So, comeback notes. I'm trying to talk here. So yeah, Pila is very annoyed by this. He's like, oh, stop pissing, you asshole, and insults him and shows him the middle finger and everything. And that guy that's pissing is just kind of blabbering to himself. It's just pissing and pissing and pissing.
Like, I don't know. He's got a cyber bladder. That's how he went cyber psycho. He just kept getting larger and larger bladders until eventually he became a bladder.
Well, he chromed up his dick. That's being pointed out. It's like, whoa, you chromed up your dick? That must have hurt. And then, boom! Pila's head
talk about my penis.
Blasted off. R.I.P. Pila, we don't know anything about you, except you being rude. But I guess people liked you, so it's sad for them. But yeah, we see the Chrome guys eyes glitch and twitch around. And if you remember, this has been the case with that Cyber Psycho in the very first episode in the beginning that had been tagged out and everything. So that's now our indicator that something is going wrong with those decked out things. Show the headshot? Fuck no.
Show the peen shot.
Yeah, no, wait, damn it. Do it. No. He's also just standing there while having his head blasted off, like he doesn't even fall down.
Yeah, he's very resilient that way.
So yeah, Pilar got shot. Everyone starts to scramble around, and now we get the scene from the beginning, and we learn that this is David basically having frozen up as to what has just happened, and Main is talking to us like, "Get your shit together. We need to get out of here." He's just standing there looking at Pilar getting absolutely blasted in the face, and that Psycho is not ass blasted, face blasted.
Oh, okay.
And the Psycho is about to shoot at him, and Main tries to get him over. He's like, "Hey, come on!" But when he doesn't succeed, he just fucking kicks him out of the way. just like good idea. This explosive device, I don't know if it's a rocket or just an explosive shot, goes off in the background. This is the explosion from the beginning we've seen. So there you go. And now, oh yeah, I didn't even mention that before because I forgot again. Pilar is Becca's brother.
Yeah,
I keep forgetting that because he basically never gets brought up again after this.
Yeah, I think he gets brought up once or twice. I can. You don't need two hands to count the number of times he's brought up again. Yeah, 5. Yeah, I think this. Yes.
And the reason I'm bringing this up now is Becca's going fucking apeshit, shooting at the guy, and he goes like, "Ah, you fucker!" But yeah, the guy's also completely chromed up, and like the first Psycho, normal bullets don't really do anything that well if you hit the torso at least. Then Main tries to stop her, but she just gets a bigger gun and shoots more at him, and it's just a powerful gun that she gets. That's a small frame gets yeeted back. And it seems that hasn't that kind of stuff has happened before because he tells Kiwi to get her lullaby and basically stuns Becca so she doesn't go and kill herself.
As you do.
Yeah, ravioli, don't piss off the lowly.
You should have. Don't piss off the lowly. There. We fixed it.
Oh yeah, Becca also says he was mine to kill. Is it important? I didn't catch up to that. If you guys need to remind me why that was important. I completely forgot about that line even.
Yeah, chat. Eat penis. Chat.
No.
Have it for Dindian.
I think she hates her brother. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like you know. Yes, I had a thought with that, and then the Grim Reaper took it.
That's annoying. But yeah, that kind of went completely past me. Good reminder. Just reinforces how little he actually mattered to her. Yeah. Amount of times Pilar is brought up in conversation is so low, Hassan could count up to it. Oh, good stuff. But yeah, David is looking around. He's like, "Oh shit, what's going on?" Wondering, "Oh, where's Lucy?" And sees that she is close enough to the guy that she can use her hacking stuff and tries to fry his interns with the ability she has. And while it does something, it only kind of sets his head on fire, and it's not enough to stop him. So David uses his implant to get to the guy quick, uses his gun, and shoots the guy straight in the face. And he gets splattered with blood. And he checks on Lucy. He's like, "Hey, you're right." She's like, "Yeah, it's fine." And the guy is not dead, though. He raises his weapon and aims at David's head, but Main is there and punches the guy's head off. Literally punches his head off.
Junk.
The lighting on fire is an existing hack from the game. Oh, I thought it was just, it did the thing it was supposed to do, but he was so strong that it didn't just fry his brain immediately. But I guess that works too.
Yeah, like I think every ability, all of those hacking abilities are from the game in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. So yeah. That encounter is done though. It's just a random cyber psycho. I thought it might have gonna be some setup from something, but no, they just encountered a cyber psycho and Peeler couldn't shut his fucking mouth, and now he's dead.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes in Night City. And yeah, and after he shoots him, he gets some flashbacks to Gloria and this whole thing with the gun that has been set up. It's kind of paid off now because he used the gun even though he didn't really want to. I don't know if it's like I just don't know if it's a thing of him not wanting to kill someone or if he has having PTSD because they got shot up and then his mother died because of that. It could be both, but it's just kind of brought up here and we do it here as well. Because later he shakes with a gun in his hand in the next episode, but that's probably more because of the situation they're in. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's in here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and also Becca's going rampant on the guy's head, splattering it with her gun, just going like, "Ah, bastard!
He was mine to kill.
Mine to kill." And Maine says, "Oh, we gotta explain this clusterfuck. So me and Kiwi are gonna stay here and take care of it, and you, David, need to stop thinking like a rookie." Which I think is probably referring to him freezing up and also not checking if his enemy was actually finished. And he also puts David in charge to bring Lucy home. And so they bring her to Doc to get her I guess her machinery getting cleaned up and everything. They call it cleaned up, so I guess just maintenance or something. And then he brings her home. They talk, so just chilling out together. And says, "Hey, remember that moon BD? That was nice." And talking about, "That wasn't a lie, by the way. Remember when I said that's what they do?" And
yeah,
I was like, "This is the first time I told anyone." And says that I believe it. And she points out, "Boy, what if I'm lying now?" And he says, "I don't."
Which path gets me sex?
Which answer gives me sex? He chooses wisely.
I need the walkthrough.
He says doesn't believe that's the case. Just doesn't feel like that is the case. And she just laughs and says he's crazy. And I wouldn't have saved you if you would have wouldn't have saved you otherwise. And I don't hold a grudge. And Jesus says, "No, you're just the kind of guy that puts himself in danger for other people. You would have probably saved any one of the team if they would have been in the situation." And then he says that, "Oh, we're kind of the same," but she says that we are worlds apart. And then he promises her, "I will fly you to the moon myself." And then they kiss, and it's all very romantic and stuff.
Yeah, surprisingly, no nudity in this scene.
Yeah, which is fucking bullshit.
What the hell,
no,
man?
Again, suffers pretty hard from having to make this go so quickly. I want more stuff for all the characters interacting with each other.
Yes.
I was like, "Oh, we're doing this." This was just my reaction. I was just like, finally they gotta get together and they accept they're meant for each other or something. It's just like, "Oh, we're doing this. Got it."
Yeah, like I especially for these two, I wanted like loads more development and lead in and exploration of that dynamic.
And then she says, "Don't die on me," and he says, "I won't." And then I wrote, "This is pretty cliche. One of you is definitely gonna die."
I was hoping neither of them would, just because that would be the unexpected thing to do with that setup.
I think after episode 5, I was pretty much like, this is not gonna have a very happy ending, isn't it? This whole season is not gonna be having a super happy ending.
But the main thing I was thinking is, none of you are in the game that I played 2 years ago.
It's Netflix 10 episode limit bullshit. Yeah, I would have loved to have them like 20 episodes or something. It would be cool.
Would have been very cool.
But yeah, episode ends with them sex.
Yeah, off screen. Because we ran out of time. But don't worry, we're going to see his ass about 40 more times before the show is over. So don't
because
you
they could
worry,
do that
chat.
then, because then he was of age. Probably couldn't show this here because he's still 17. I legit think that's
we
the
see
reason.
his ass multiple times. We see his ass multiple times when he's 17, though, in the shower and stuff.
I guess ass is fine. I don't know.
I think maybe ding dong. I don't know actually. The ding dong. TBD.
Good for David getting to bang the hot chick. Yeah, good job. Good job, man.
Yes.
1,000 episode One Piece style. Imagine you could make like a really good show that's thousands of episodes and it never gets bad. Imagine you can make that happen.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
That'd be really nice.
So yeah, then we start with Main and David just hanging out, and Main offering David to get grabby ass hands. I mean, Pilar. and David's like, nah, I don't want them. I'm just more looking for something like you have. I want to fist real good. I want fists like you. I want to be a fister like you are. And then they have a laugh. It's like, well, the day I flatline, you can have them. Oh, that's probably gonna happen. That's gonna happen.
My goodness.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just reactive, but you know, while I'm here, you know, he can he then goes like, "Oh, I can smell the sex on you."
Yeah.
Well,
It's like, oh, you seem different. You get laid, huh? He's like, shut up.
You're not my mom.
Just having some bands, just nice.
Yeah.
Then Kiwi comes out of her ice bath after a deep dive with more titties and more. Yeah, I got some titties. So basically she has been checking out the info Faraday gave them and confirms Tanaka has been laying low and also has been beefing up his security. And they have to wait until Faraday gives them something new. Play the scene modal. Why do you all want me to be demonetized?
They just want to see tits, I think.
I mean, I get it.
And they're too lazy to go to Google.
Yeah. Oh yeah, James says, you can loot me when I die. Yeah.
You have my permission.
So yeah, she then also points out that he's classmates with Tanaka's son, and like, you know, the guy he beat up a couple of episodes ago, and tells Main, who is hearing about this for the first time, that he's an academy dropout, straight A student, and he says,
"Nerd."
And then we have, he's like, oh, what a noise, what trash. No, she says, I didn't find much else of interest on Tanaka's personal drive. Just calls it XBDs in his viewing log. And he's like, yo, hold up, that's good leverage. I see it. And things are no doubt but more into gore than porn. It's like, oh, shit. And
oh, my goodness.
Says some cyber psycho purchased it too, and it's like, oh man, suits always thirst for the creepy shit. Lots of BDs, tuned by someone named JK. And then David goes like, JK, and
jokes.
I think May just says ring a ding ding. It's just ring a ding ding. And he's like, yeah, Jimmy Kurosaki, braindance senator. He's got a cult following. Got his hands on a Gets his hands on snuff and turns out a virtue in 24 hours, piping hot fresh off the streets. Whatever JK tunes, he turns to gold. Just don't get edits like anywhere else. It's no wonder his fans keep coming back for more. And he's like, well, I'll be dumb, kid. Didn't pack you for a super freak. He's like, no, I just helped the choom move his stock, that's all. And it's like, oh, that's a cute story, says Kiwi, but do you know anything that's, you know, actually useful? And he's like, oh, mostly he does custom-made stuff. I was like, what's that? And it says the spender expects exclusives. So JK Tail is the Dance's special. It's like removing pain limiters and everything. And then Main points out, like, and we care why? And he says, well, for a custom edit, Tanaka's gotta be there, physically present, and probably alone. It's like, alone? How do you figure? Would you bring your bodyguard to a fetish XBD tune-in?
I would.
Exactly. It's like, I'm a pretty high person. They don't need to come in with me, but I will let them wait outside for me.
Yeah.
So yeah. Chad be like, have
this
the
is
series
the
on
state
another
of
screen. Let's go ahead.
This is the state of fatigue I'm in. I scrolled down. I saw the thumbnail for your last Rings of Power thing, and I thought Batman was in the thumbnail for the longest time.
Wait, someone else said that you can loot me when I die? Oh. Wait, I didn't see that. Where was that? Oh, there it is. Sorry. No, it was your joke. I'm sorry, James. Apologizing for putting it down. More like cooming back for more. Oh, yeah. I freaking love Main. Yeah, Main is a cool character.
As do I.
Is cream pie censored as well? I love a good cream pie. Snakes was trying to figure out, what can I say? How spicy can I get?
What does the filter approve?
Damn it, Snakes, get off Top Chat, you clowns. But yeah, there you go. That's their lead for now. And then we get some kind of time jump. I have no idea how much time passes here, but a certain amount of time later, they get a lead from Faraday on Tanaka. And they have been checking custom BDs, and they need to talk to Mr. JK himself. And they found out that he got a reservation for one. So they're just gonna go grab him and then, quote unquote, talk to him.
With words and fists.
Yeah. So, let's see. Let me just get this to a more fitting frame. That's tits. That's more tits. That's also tits.
Just you should loop all the things you just went through. Like that's I think that's the thing you should be looping right now.
For peak demonetization.
Go hard or go home.
Give us the nipples.
Yeah. Bro. You keep saying there's nipples in these shows, but you never show the nipple to prove it.
Yeah. So yeah, then their plan is basically they tail him from the restaurants and that's just a perfectly normal thing to say, meme. God damn it.
No, I'm laughing at James Moore's super chat.
Oh. Tits.
Show.
So now they make David arrive at the parking lot as well, and he pretends he just bumped into Max and it's like, oh man, I'm a big fan. Are you the JK? And just wants to kind of shake your hand. He's like, nah, he's like kind of star gazing at him or something, whatever you want to call it. But it's all just for him to divert him from the approaching Main who wants to grab him. But unfortunately, he's got a camera on his back or on his neck. So the sensor pick him up and he's like, He just grabs onto his belt and starts a kind of EMP that floomps them down and knocks them out. And I really like that they have all different kinds of reactions to that. Lucy was out of range, outside of the parking lot, so nothing happened to her. Kiwi gets hit really hard and even has to puke because she got all the hacking devices in her head, so that makes sense. Main gets struck down for now. As we know, he is pretty chromed up, so he definitely has some downsides from that. And yeah, Dorio is mostly fine because she only has like the strength implants and no neuro flim stuff. So yeah, good stuff. That makes a lot of sense.
I appreciate that we learn how Kiwi vomits, considering that mask.
Oh, right.
Because she doesn't have a mouth, so we get to see how the mask adjusts for such things. She also smokes through the mask, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, just puts them to the slits.
Yep.
I have no mouth and I must vomit.
That'll be easy.
So yeah, now Lucy and Dorio are on their own. As JK has taken David with him, yeah, and they're worried that if he uses that EMP again, it's gonna fuck David up pretty badly. So they follow him via tracking David. And when David wakes up, he's seemingly in. Oh, I almost played the episode there. That's not what I want to do. Let me get onto this. That's a lot of body parts and blood. Can't do that. That's also blood. So something that's not like instant gore. No,
What about nipples?
Let's take that. Doesn't have any of those. So David wakes up seemingly in like some abandoned house or something, and there's like a lot of bodies, and he has a gun in his hand, and it looks like he went on a murder spree, and I was like, oh shit, what's going on here? And
Oh my god.
he goes around, randomly started killing people, like the police people that are after him. But it seems like he's not really under control of this. But yeah, he goes around fucking shit up until Max Tech appears. It's like, oh fuck, he's donezo. And he basically gets flattened by them, and he gets his limbs shot off and everything. And all of a sudden, there's like weapons coming out of his shot off limbs, and he just all gory and stuff. But it turns out he was put into a BD by JK. So this wasn't real. But the reason he put him in here is to basically fry his brain, so he can make him go on a cyber psycho spree.
Yeah. And I just like that he just starts growing guns from all his limbs.
Yeah, I was like, geez. Had some Akira vibes almost.
Yeah, I was thinking about Akira when watching this.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. To be fair, as someone, it was real, just not for him. But he put his own face and stuff in there, so it looks like he died and not someone else.
Someone else grew guns from all their limbs?
Yeah.
Wow.
And JK is like, how does it feel to see yourself die and not someone else? And then David calls him a psychopath, and JK says that, I thought you were a fan. Maybe you've seen any of my other stuff? Edgerunners series, maybe? And David tells him that, in fact, he has seen most of his things, and JK is flattered. And then he goes on a little monologue. They go on a little conversations on monologue. He's like, has it ever tickled your curiosity, wondering how I get my hands on so many cyber psycho scrolls? And he goes like, huh? You see, all military prototypes come with a built-in brain dance scroller. Some folks are willing to pay through the nose for that kind of material. You're Sandy? Do you know who wore it originally? James Norris, that's who. All in all, Norris mowed down 27 people. But there where MaxTac finally put an end to his killing streak. Yes, take my word. It's not often you find someone who can go toe-to-toe with a psycho squad. Oh, and then he looks at his Sandy that he now has. Like, oh my, what a gem. Truly one of the best I've seen in a long while. I have stellar expectations for you too. Oh wait, no, he was still talking about Morrison. Sorry, Norris. And then he says, I have stellar expectations for you too. And what a marvelous surprise that you haven't snapped already. Fight all you want, the Sandy will drive you mad eventually. But he cannot wait to capture it. And David says, I ain't gonna go psycho, no fucking way. And JK is like, oh, a common belief that all Chrome fiends hold on to desperately. They know they're sane until they're not. And there's like, no, not me. Oh yes, you too. And then he says, another couple of tangos with max tech and your brain will pop like a party balloon. I was like, damn.
It's like the Jason Voorhees technique.
It's implied that the safety settings are off and that he actually felt the pain. Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely what I took.
Also,
but there's
go ahead. The image on screen, it's like this is almost like a visual representation of chat and and you trying to avoid getting demonetized, but they keep trying to peel away the layers.
But I think there's also maybe an implication here that if he gets the chance, he drives people nuts himself. If he has like someone who could provide some good material. So there might be some cases where he created the cyber psychos himself to make them go on rampages, so he can capture those BDs. Even we don't get any confirmation on that, but I think he would do that.
Well, you know, as the butchers say, why hunt when you can own a farm?
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, and he wants to do that with David because he shows potential with that implant and could get some good material. So he's gonna put him back into the simulation until he fries his shit. But before that happens, the team arrives, mowing the door in, just doing the save strats for David and get him out of the thing. So, what's next? JK immediately reaches for the EMP, but he gets held at gunpoint and kind of shot at, so he's like, okay, sorry. And then they get David out, and they get attacked by bulletproof, weaponized attack drones, which Lucy has to hack, but she needs more time, and so David uses his speed flisms to distract them, and she hacks them just in time before David can recover from a fall and getting shot. So that worked out, and JK, who has the personality where he thinks he's in control all the time, but doesn't really care if he gets held at gunpoint, where he just laughs stuff like, oh, you should probably not kill me because you get all the information, but goes back to surrendering again as soon as he sees that he's in a losing position. And he now seems to cooperate with the team as well. Basically, he has no choice, or he dies. Oh, we're already there. Yeah, it's already where they...
Titties?
No. Let me just get another frame, because they put him and David in a room to talk. And he even apologized to David for what he did. And David just says, whatever. And he notices that he has seen the soldier's BD that has David's implant. He tells him he's a freak that he even did that. Like, you see him use the thing, then implanted it for yourself when you got it. That's pretty crazy. And he points out to David, like, this guy was a soldier and was chrome through and through, and even he couldn't take this implant for long, and asks David why he thinks he will be different. And David says, I don't really know how to explain it, but it just feels right. Like, he's built different. He actually says that he's built different. It's kind of... Okay.
Yeah. Dialogue.
This is actually where I wrote, I get a feeling we won't be getting a happy ending in this.
Hey, man, you don't know that. Maybe they're doing like a double, triple subversion.
Yeah. By the way, that hacking that Lucy does, that's the mini game in the game as well. The numbers in the lines picking them. Ah, okay, nice.
Yeah, all the interface stuff is like right from the mini game and all the
Yeah.
thing.
The plan is pretty simple. That they have to do next. As established earlier, that Tanaka man,
Yeah.
he's into those special DBs, and JK is supposed to call him, telling him, "Hey, I got a new edit for you. Go come and grab this." And that's exactly what they do. And he actually arrives without any security, which is I don't believe you. That's you won't do that. And not only that, he also makes the driver delete the route he took. So he's kind of untraceable for now because they also have a scrambler on. Yeah, you would have security outside the doors or anything. I don't. It's just
No.
yeah.
Don't worry, I'm gonna beat up that taxi in the game. It's okay.
Driver's an AI driver, also from the game. Oh, that was an AI driver. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that. Interesting.
Yeah. All automated taxi company. You go in and then it does what AI does eventually.
Yeah. So yeah, they ambush him while there's nothing wrong with all the other guys. Oh, they also all surround him by ninja appearing without any sounds. I realized they just appear behind him. You don't hear any sounds of them walking in. They just are like, I'm here now. Me too. Ah, bah, 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 bah. But yeah, he tries his panic button, but they have a jammer up, so he takes up his arms and shoots needles throughout the room. It's like, oh Jesus. And then he activates a chip for himself, much like that kung fu thing that his son had. And he attacks Maine with that, powered by his implant. But then he gets tackled by David, and the guy is like, "Oh shit, is that the David guy with the implant? Why am I surprised? I know where he lives. I should have checked on them way earlier." But that's not what he says. He's just surprised, and he then gets punched into the fucking floor by Maine. But also JK gets hit by a needle and dies.
Oh no.
The problem is the jammer kind of went out for a little bit, so that means JK's trauma team gets alerted because he had the platinum thingy. And JK dies by looking at David with a smile. And that's the end of the episode.
Yeah, which is I think that's meant to subtly call back to what he said earlier, which was you go one of two ways. You either go psychotic eventually, or you die before that happens. And this is him dying.
Pretty much. So yeah, if you're like me, you probably wonder why wasn't Arasaka able to track down David himself. They know where he lives, and that's still where he's chilling for the most part. So I don't really know what the holdup was. Thought it was Tanaka's trauma team from going unconscious. Oh, that could be too. I thought it might have been the other guy. I guess both make sense. But yeah. I wonder why they didn't go grab him. They know how he looks. They know where he lives. I don't know. As far as I know, he didn't move yet. We see after the time skip that he moved to somewhere else. So maybe he's chilling out at Lucy's place now. Maybe they did check there, but he's not there anymore. I don't know. Could be a couple of things, but we at least we don't see them check the thing. We only see them showing him showing him getting the messages from the principal. All right. Episode 6. They were trying to get David to come willingly, just snatching a kid is a bad look even in this universe. Maybe, yeah, maybe.
5:30.
It is 5:30. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to. We'll get there. We're over the halfway mark, meme. It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't die on me yet.
Don't worry, I got trauma team.
I got drama team. Very good, very good.
Oh. Got platinum and everything.
Nice. Alrighty. Oh, episode 6. Yeah. It's 5:30, you Nazi. Wake up. You're late for the stream.
Okay.
Right, episode 6. This is where shit goes crazy. So, now that they have Tanaka, they have him bound to a chair in order to get through his security system in his flim-flam phase. They call it ICE, which is probably some abbreviation for something that I don't know. But
Isn't ICE a regular world drug?
Might be? Oh, actually, we start with a little scene where Main is doing training as a non-super buff person, human person. So yeah, that's where we now start for the first time, showing Main being a little floompy, and kind of losing it a little bit.
As you do.
I'm just trying to find a frame that's not booba.
Pornographic?
There you go. Let's take main because that's the main topic. And yeah, Kiwi is struggling to get through that security system. I counter E something. Okay. Yeah, this is where we start to learn, as I mentioned, that Main has been chromed up so bad now, or he has been chromed up that he's starting to lose control. And it's actually so bad already that he loses it and punches Kiwi the fuck out because she's having troubles with the ICE.
See, he'd punch her right in the mouth, but...
well... And Main doesn't realize that because he's full psycho mode for a bit. And then he comes to, he's like, oh, what happens? Are we getting jumped or something? And then he gets knocked out by Falco, I think, of all people. And yeah, they basically tell him, hey, dude, you need to lay off them chromes. You need to chill the fuck out. You've been going absolutely berserk.
Get some Firefoxes.
Yeah. Just trying to find a good picturino. Yeah, let's go with that. That's fine. So, yeah, he refused to downgrade because I'm the only one who sets his limits and I will not downgrade now. Can't stop running, as he puts it. And Dorio tells David and Lucy what happened, and they want Lucy to do the deep dive into Tanaka, but she refuses. And this is also the first time we even learned that she can do deep dives. We didn't even know that before. And she was like, no, I don't want to do it. And you get the feeling it's like, oh, something must have gone on, that she's not really into that deep diving stuff. And they go outside, and she asks David to tell her that she can do it, even though she just refused. And David was like, yeah, if you can't do it, just put him where we got Tanaka and pretend like nothing happened. Because at that point he thinks she doesn't want to do it, so he is supporting her by her standing. It's like, oh, doesn't want to do it or can't do it or whatever. And she gets him out of the room, seems very distraught, and asks him to tell her, "Oh, did you believe in me?" And tell her that I can do it. And David, a bit confused as we are, is like, "Okay, I believe in you, and I think you can do it." And that seems to be enough to make it like, "Okay, I'll do it." Which I found a really weird thing to come one after another. I don't know. Found kind of weirdly cut or something.
Yeah, there's something off about it.
It felt kind of comical. It was like, "Tell me you believe in me." "Okay, I believe in you." "Okay, I'll do it." I was like, huh? Yeah, some people just need some validation. Maybe we should get this more. Yeah, it just feels a bit fast
We
because
we needed more.
yeah, because we get the backstory for that later, like in 2 or 3 episodes. But yeah, so she says, "Okay, I'll do it, but my conditions are it's only gonna be me and David. Also keep Maine out of there," which makes sense because he just fucking knocked out Kiwi pretty hard. A lot of criticism of the show is we need more. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah.
Yeah, you got to remember the cyberpunk community is a little bit starved. I think there might be a bit of a skew because obviously the game didn't launch in a fantastic state. So having any content that is of any reasonable quality is going to look like Nirvana. I think.
Yeah, then David confronts Maine, asks him, "Are you gonna be fine?" And Maine is not happy about it, and he even slaps David. It's like, don't be a hotshot, and there's no way I will be fucking up now. And then a bit later we see that he is kind of running aimlessly through the city, Maine is, and hallucinates that he's back out of the city and running on that running training field we saw in the beginning of the episode. And then he gets confronted by Dorio, who basically gets him home to cool down. And then we see like kind of his hallucinations going haywire. Like he gets a message by Faraday as to what the fuck is happening, like what's going on. Then we see glitches in his visor, and he tells Faraday, "Oh, we're working on it, but we're working on your data," and he trusts Lucy to do it, like because Faraday's like, "You did the backup thing. Why are you doing that?" And someone must have told Faraday. And he also hallucinates that Faraday is apparently in his room right now. So Dorio has to make him chill out and probably pumps him with immuno stuff.
Yeah.
So he calms his tatas, chills his chest, if you will.
Did someone say tatas?
I did, just now.
Good. Now show them.
No, I can't.
Present them.
Present the tatas.
Yes. Release the tatas.
Release them. I'm just trying to find a good frame, but it just kind of jumps back and forth here. Maybe take. Go with this for now. So we go ahead and yeah, Lucy is doing the deep dive now, and during the deep dive she realizes, oh, there's some glitches. I think the guy is waking up, and that's exactly what it is. Tanaka is waking up, and Damon's about to hit him with the trank, but he hesitates and lets him go on basically with a bit of a monologue, where he basically tells him that, oh, I know you, and I'm the one who made you be reinstated and readmitted at once, and you could stop this all in a matter of minutes, beginning begging him because he doesn't want to die. And David tells him they just want to date her. We don't want to kill you. And then Tanaka brings up the point that he has seen their faces, and there's no way they won't be hunted down by Arasaka. And he goes on to tell him that the reason he revoked the expulsion is that he demonstrated unique potential with the implants. And Arasaka sees a valuable asset in him, and he will be able to live a bright and rich future if he lets him. And David tells him that I cannot just betray my crew. And Tanaka tells him that he's just being used anyway. And David wonders if Arasaka won't just do the same. And then Tanaka says the following: "You're blind. You still don't get it. Who do you think paid to make your stunt possible? It is the Militech. All roads lead to the Megacorps. No matter how high you rise or you believe you can, you will never escape our shadow." It's like, ooh. And that's pretty true for the rest of the season as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Show her Mortal, you coward. You stop it. Just put the show on the side and look at the Tatas for yourself. So yeah, while this is going on, this is monologue, Lucy gets to the date. Oh yeah, David doesn't know like half of this. Yeah, because he's always been refusing the messages from the principal, and now he just hears this has all been going on. And obviously David doesn't know that basically the payments just comes from Arasaka and Militech this whole time, which we get to know later, because they basically have to fight against each other, and Faraday does all the shenanigans. So yeah, the Tanaka guy, he's not lying. That's exactly what it is. It all goes back to the Megacorps. So yeah, while this is going, Lucy gets to the data and finds something about David, but we don't see what exactly yet. So it seems like some shenanigans are afoot now. Also, we learn a little bit later that it's just the general information about David that she gets rid of. So yeah, then Main and Dorio come barging in, see that Tanaka is awake, and they're just all cussing. It's like, "Dave, what the fuck you doing? Give me the tranks!" And he's about to trank Tanaka, but it seems like his head gets fried, and he's like, "What? That wasn't part of the plan. He wasn't supposed like to die." And yeah, we learned that Lucy did that, and we get why a bit later, and. So yeah, anyway, they get Lucy out of the ice bath, but they're able to stabilize Tanaka for now, and that means they have to bring the body while David gets Lucy to the car and get ready for extraction. And this is where shit hits the fan.
Oh boy!
Let me see if there's some. Also, maybe if you have anything to say, just stop me. Right?
Yeah.
Give me something that's not gory to a big extent. Let's go with this, with the glitching out face of Main here. There you go. So so yeah, Main is also fucked off and asks, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then David says to him, "No, what the fuck are you doing? Knocking out Kiwi and putting all of this on Lucy." But before they can even move on with that conversation, we thankfully have Dorio to step in, telling them, "Boys, there's no time for this shit. You can do this later. The signal went through when he was flatlined for a bit, so the medics are on their way, and also the police is on the way. So we need to get the fuck out of here. Urgency. Very good. Very good.
We like that.
Yeah." And the Main is immediately like, "Okay, this is not done. We will talk about this, but now get the fuck out of here. No more bickering." It's like, yes, good job. Then David gets in the car with Lucy. The music starts playing, which wakes her up. David asks if everything is okay. And he says that, Tanaka's brain fried for some reason, and she wonders where Main and Dorio are. And he tells them, they're bringing Tanaka's body. And she says, "Hey, why is that? There's no point. There's no data anyway." And he says, "Yeah, they were able to stabilize him, so we need to bring the body." Then we see that the police force is here already to stop them. And they get into a big gunfight with Dorio and Main. And before that, Dorio tells Main to, "You take your meds." He's like, I just took a shot, so we should be all good. And yeah, so they get into this big boy shootout, and shit's going all right-ish, all things considered. But Main is going more and more crazy, going into psycho mode. And as we see, he just wrecks everything around him, and he even starts attacking Dorio because he can't really differentiate between friend or foe anymore. And when she realizes that, she tries to give him some mats, which she succeeds in. And while she dashes at him, he basically only sees that desert again and just black blobs that move, and he shoots in one of the back those dots, and it's an enemy. And then he shoots in the general direction of Dorio, but I don't think he hits her. I think he shoots past her. But because she made this move to get to him, to give him the meds, she gets shot in the head by someone else from the police force, and she dies.
Yes, that's. I think that's how that goes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because after the shot, she's fine. And then we hear more shots from the other guys. So I'm pretty sure he missed, but she gets shot because of the other guys. So yeah, she dies, and that gets him into a wild frenzy while he asks himself, was this my fault? And now he's just basically full psycho mode for now. And just he just even kills Tanaka. He just fucking punches him off of him into a wall. And yeah, he just doesn't care. He just fucks everyone up here. And he's like, I think he's like half psycho, half okay-ish. Because he's still kind of asking himself, and he doesn't go like full flimmering face.
Yeah, I think he might be. I'm just trying to think about what because he's kind of just repeating I'm trying to remember what the Cyber Psychos did in the game to try and contextualize it a tiny bit more, but I think he might be full Cyber Psycho, or at least he's teetering into full madness at the very least.
Yeah. Also, you can see that his gun is next to her, and she's fine. And then in the next scene, she gets shot by one of the copperoonies.
Yeah.
Kind of remind me of the library episode of Doctor Who, if you've seen that. I have not.
I have.
So also while they have their wild shootout, David realized, I should probably go help. Like, you can still hear them fight. But Lucy is like, no, don't do it. And tells him to cut our losses as they... as Tanaka had this platinum super corpo subscription, they have been surrounded. And yeah, there's like no way to get them out. And David doesn't care. And he wants to help and asks Lucy if she doesn't believe in him. And then he leaves to help. And Lucy's just left there alone for now.
No, go away, Mr. Sun.
For context, a dead guy keeps repeating his last words. Ah, okay. I'm not familiar with the tabletop or game, but at the very least he is beyond the point of no return, that's for sure. Oh yeah, and he in his kind of clarity with that, he realizes that, I think. Also, yeah, this is how he looks after right before the death, actually, because the Tanaka is still on top of him. This is right before he punches him off and just goes into full fuck shit up mode. Oh shit, this is the way better shot. Holy shit. Oh
Titties?
Man, this could have been a good thumbnail, actually. Look at this. It's actually a
Titties?
really cool frame. No. Look at this. This looks...
Oh yeah. I was actually surprised that wasn't it, to tell you the truth.
I didn't recognize it. It was like a few days ago when I saw that, so I forgot.
Ah, that's true.
Man titties. Massive pecs.
Middies. Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna go through that. I'm actually gonna leave that up. So yeah, David eventually does find Maine, and he almost shoots him, but he realizes just in time that it's David. So he just kind of scratches his face with the bullet, and he tells him Dorio's dead. And he put up like a ton of explosives, like almost like a like one of those bonfires you do for like dead Vikings and stuff.
Yeah.
And he basically tells David he should go because Max Tech is on the way. And David refuses and tells him, "No, we'll fight with you and we get out of here together." And he just holds up his gun. He's like shaking, clearly afraid because he's never been in like a situation like this before. And at some point, he just lets him stand there for a while. And then Maine grabs his gun, tells him, "Yeah, I need to stop. And that you can't do it. The Reaper is calling for me, but you gotta continue to run. Fast is what you do, right?" And as soon as Max Tech enters the room, he shoots the explosives. Everything explodes. David whooshes out of there into the car. Only Maine's arm in his hand, so he's still got the hand out of there. Because remember, he promised him the arm when he flatlines, and that's that right there.
Oh, I didn't actually catch that part. Because he shows up with the arms later, and I'm just like, did you go back for those or something?
Yeah, that is the last one of the last shots, or is the last shot of the episode where he sits there holding Maine's arm in his in his arms basically.
Okay, I must have been distracted at that point because there were a couple of points where I had to stand up to attend to other matters,
Yeah.
and that must have been one of them.
Yeah. And yeah, that's how the episode ends. And it's like, I really enjoyed that Psycho episode he had. It's pretty darn good.
Oh yeah.
Because man, going Psycho, visuals, the music, just hardcore. It just goes very hard, and also a bit sad, which would have been even sadder if we had gotten more time.
God damn it! This should have been like at what, episode 15, not episode 7.
This should have been the season finale right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This should have been the season finale right there.
Yep.
Because after this we do the time skip, and I was actually a little bit annoyed. We did a pretty significant time skip, I think, at least from what we look like probably a year or two.
Yeah, like I was quite not, I was not very amused at the time skip because I felt like we were denied Fallout, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I was excited to see, what are we gonna do next? Like, what are we doing? But yeah, we go to the time skip flisms. I would have really liked the fallback, the things that happened after would have been nice to see.
Yes.
So yeah, but we get this 1 year time skip. But yeah, in general, I really enjoyed this episode, but it would have been even better if we would have gotten more of Maine going kind of earlier.
Would have been nice if we were famous.
Blame City Project 2, remember they produced this, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more like 6 months. Yeah, I don't know. It's see, the thing is, I thought it was way more because he got bigger as well, but I guess he just let himself be built bigger because apparently canonically it is just a year. So I thought we skipped like a couple of years until I saw otherwise.
Yeah, it's not very clear, like the amount of time, because everything's kind of switched around. He's the leader of the gang, and everyone's kind of accepted him in that role as well.
Yeah, and with how swole he got, I guess several years, not just 1 year. Yeah, that's what I think. Those aren't real hard-earned muscles. No, I think it's all cyber stuff. Disappointed. Yeah, because I thought we did like this time frame where he got like jacked and shit. Because that's actually what I written down. Like he looks older, is buffed up, got more implants. But I guess he just went crazy with the implants, and now he just has this big ass frame as well.
Yes.
Isn't necessarily out of character Crumb after so much of this, but it's hard to get behind David doing something so stupid. Yeah, it's kind of weird because he just saw someone go psycho that was, I guess, close to him. And his reaction is just to go crazy. with the implants. But I guess he still thinks like he's special for some reason. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to keep that information that Arasaka has that same opinion from him so they can have the big reveal. But it almost feels like his actions would have made more sense if he found out that other people were thinking about him in the same way earlier on.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. Time skipperoonies is what we do. Where's my note boy? There we go. So yeah, it looks like we're doing the time skip. Yeah, we already talked about this. But yeah, they're basically on the way on a job. And yeah, they have a rookie and he gives them another weapon, tells them to stick to the back and don't rush ahead. And yeah, they're just on the way to job. Basically, just see that he seemingly has taken the reins and he takes jobs off of people, and basically just a gory mission with lots of shooting and stuff. And we see him use his implants because he got like strengthened strengthened legs and arms, and he also uses the Main's hand as well. And yeah, just doing a job. There's not a lot to say here except the rookie dies at the end.
Oh no!
And Becca going crazy with shooting because she likes shooting. But I think the most important thing out of this is that he doesn't really care that the rookie died. He was just like, oh yeah, Night City. Am I right, fellas? Oh yeah, the three-titted gang. Yeah, there's some people with three tits there. I found it especially funny because the right and left one was covered up, but the middle one was just sticking out. Maelstrom? Yeah, right, that was them. But yeah, they just do that and they save some girl. That's their mission basically. And man, that's like 6 minutes. That's pretty long. So, and then after they have their after show party as they do, and then we just get another confirmation by Falco that he didn't think he had it in him to take the reins, but here we are, and they have a little laugh. David said he can't get all the jobs he wanted to because people don't want to work with a kid like him unless they've known Maine. And yeah, it's basically just giving us some context that he's now the de facto leader. And we also learned that Lucy is seemingly absent and not part of the team anymore. And he does reiterate that she was behaving kind of weirdly on the day things went wrong. But it's just a blur for him, so he's not sure if he's even correct on that. And then he goes to Doc and lets Main's arm getting checked out because this part is pretty old, but he refuses to use another one, even though he could have one that's like new and even properly fits, because this one barely fits him. But he's like sentimental value and stuff, so he's not gonna change it out. And yeah, we see basically that he's super chromed out, and apparently he doesn't have a lot of side effects right now, even though a lot of people would already be going nuts with so many parts. And yeah, he gets called to the bar because he is awaited by Faraday. So yeah, he basically went super nuts on the parts, which is, I don't know, could be an argument be made that he would probably do almost the opposite or be more careful with this after that what happens. So yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit torn on if I like that he did that or not. I mean, it looks cool, I guess, but I don't know if that would be his reaction, is what I'm thinking about. Because Because we have these two things. He just saw someone get psyched out that is close to him that should turn him off of that. But then again, he still thinks he's like special and doesn't really feel anything up until now.
Yeah, I feel like there's much like everything in this show, there's a much deeper exploration of that dichotomy to be done.
Yeah. James Chester literally might only be this chromed out solely to use Main's arm. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because he did say that. I think Maine said when he promised him the arms, just like, oh yeah, I'll let you bulk up first, but then he died before the bulking could happen. So maybe he needs the specials to do it.
Maine told him to keep running. Maybe that's what he interpreted from that. Yeah, there could be a bunch of things. Would be nice to have that explored, I guess, because you could have gone a bunch of ways with this. So yeah, we definitely could go multiple ways. The giant hammer maelstrom dude actually had Synavius done too, because he tried to counterattack David in slow-mo. I see. He lost someone in being unable to prevent it. Yeah. Extremely high functioning, but he doesn't have the support of a serb like Adam does. He isn't a salad and pays the price for it. Reach down enough, maybe you'll probably see that it's just a mid-animu. Wow.
My God.
Yeah, it's just the thing. It would be nice to have that explored, but again, we unfortunately don't get the time to do that. I realized at Faraday we're already halfway through this episode.
Yeah.
This one is a pretty quick episode because we just recontextualize a bunch of things or give us context for what has been happening. But yeah, he's meeting up with Faraday, and he basically has.
What about Fahrenheit?
I don't think he's allowed to be here anymore. He got a non-disclosure thingy, something.
Same with Farah Noon.
Yeah, he's asleep now. Let's see here. So yeah, Faraday basically says he heard a bunch about David and he has a job for him from Militech. And he also warned us about the runner that broke Tanaka's ice. And he says that David says she's not part of the team anymore because her heart is just not in it at the moment. And Faraday says, well, it might be worth to try to convince her again. And David says it's easier said than done. And yeah, this is basically a test for David and his team to see if he can perform on the level of Maine and if he's worth his time. And so he accepts the job. And then I can not show the whole next scene because there's basically boobs and ass all over the place. So
well, you know, that shouldn't stop you. That's what nature does.
Is it? No, that's boobs. That's also boobs. Oh, let's see.
Quickly,
Here, it's just
demand it.
There you go. That's nice and neutral. So he accepts the jobs and then goes home. And looks like he got himself a nice big new place. And Lucy is still here. They haven't separated or anything. She's just not running anymore. Which I like, because normally shows go for like, oh, they got like the complete separation thingy, and then yeah, they're just living together, but she's just not doing jobs right now. It's I like it. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, I like that too. I like that a lot. It allows that connection to still actually foster and evolve and grow and all of the above.
And yeah, there's this dynamic where she even, how's the job? How you doing? Is everything okay and stuff? Like, you know, normal people, like a normal couple would. And, just have a little talk scene. He tries to ask her for the job. She says, no, I need no time. It's like, okay, I understand. And it's like, wait, did you do deep dive again? Why are you still using that ice bath? We could just buy a dive suit or something else that isn't like an uncomfortable ice bath. Like, you can be more comfy. And she says, no, it's fine. I don't like the diving suits. And it's like, okay, I didn't know. That's fine.
I don't like chairs either.
technically she's doing her own jobs. Yeah, but yeah, I know. We'll get there. We'll get there. That's the Hungus ending here. But yeah, no. And then they drive outside the city to just hang out and watch the stars. And David asks her, "Oh, you must have lived outside the city before at some point, right?" And then now we get the backstory for Lucy. She gets to tell him that she was born and raised up in an Arasaka facility to get trained as netrunners, and they were put in a facility where they had to dive the old net all the time, which has been destroyed by some guy like 50 years ago, and they so it's just now fragments of local hub areas or whatever. And before they were allowed, no wait, not allowed, so they needed to retrieve data in there, but there's like tons of rogue AIs in the old net, and every time they picked up an old thing with knowledge, they got attacked by those rogue AIs and just kind of got picked up one by one. They had there in the team, and they're basically mining for like lost knowledge in the old net. That's just kind of this rogue internet. It's Reddit. They're going to Reddit and 4chan. It's full of rogue AIs.
The hacker known as 4chan.
Yeah. But yeah, some crazy netrunner has like destroyed, was like 70% of that old net, so they had to build this new one or whatever. But yeah, and at some point they realized, man, if we're gonna die anyway at some point, might as well die running away. And so they did, and the guys that were guarding them had no chance with the skills they have been taught by them. So they quickly just fried their brains pretty much and started running away.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But while running away, all of them were picked up one by one, shot or captured again. And yeah, it seems like she was the only survivor as far as she knows. And this is why... Go ahead.
Killed off. I like that they all got killed off by mutant 4chan.
By intelligentsia. Oh no. Bart must basically pull the mecha Hitler because everyone hooked into the net at the time fucking died, deaths through the hundreds, thousands. Oh, that sounds nice. Who's this 4chan? But yeah, and where was I? Yeah, they run away. She got away, and she basically has been on the run since, feeling like she's been hunted this whole time. But now that she's here, she seems to be getting much too comfy around him, and she used to fear for herself, but now she's more scared for David's well-being than her own. And then we see that David's hand is shaking, specifically the main hand. And she points out that, see, you're still living for someone else's dream.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It came back.
Actually, I thought at this point it was like, oh, I don't think this is foreboding for psycho stuff, because the doc just said it doesn't fit very well. Boy, was I wrong. Because I thought it was just like, oh, it just doesn't fit properly and was refusing to change it, so just kind of do blah, 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 blah stuff. So yeah, they have a little hug, and then we see that Lucy gets alerted by something. I was like, oh no, what's going on here? We see that someone is trying to get the information that has been corrupted in the Tanaka incident. And this is what Lucy has been alerted to. And we get an evil Lucy shot. Oh god, look how evil she looks.
Womp, womp, womp.
So yeah, she finds the guy, fries him, and this is the ending shot of this episode. She's going after the people who are looking for that data or trying to recover it. Very spooky indeed.
Yeah.
And next episode, because we know Evil Lucy makes me hard. Nice.
He said a H word.
Hungo.
Yeah.
Nice. Whoops. Where's the flim flams?
How do you put sun back behind horizon?
eBay.
Cool.
So, because now we get all the things that is floomping up with David. So we get like a little introduction, like someone is doing some science stuff, I think, or whatever, and wants to go home to his son because he's doing some shenanigans or whatever, and yeah, discovering the thing. But David is here to a job, and he went for this guy and shot him in the face. And we see he's like kind of psyching out, and it's like, uh-oh. He's doing the psyching out thingy, and then he shoots the lady as well. And then we just see him go back to the car, and it's like, hey, you weren't answering. He's like, oh, I don't know, I lost connection, I guess. And he's like, no, connection was there this whole time. He's like, oh, that was weird. So yeah, he's not doing so well as he thought. That's the intro. God, I think this episode we move really quickly. I think. I feel like the second half is going even faster.
I like the sound of that.
But yeah, the Arasaka guys, they're looking for at the deaths of the ones that Lucy and apparently David has killed, and one of these leads maybe lead to the same road if they're lucky, and they're looking out for them, and they think maybe one of the fixers is gonna talk, and they pretty much put a hit on Faraday. So he talks to... Yeah, we see him talk to Militech, and they're like, you haven't brought us the things we wanted, so you don't get any funds, so get fucked until we get the information we demanded. And Faraday makes contact with Arasaka to meet up with them. Then we get a quick thingy, which has boobs in it again.
Yeah, show it.
They were just looking at TV, which wakes up Lucy, and he's just kind of drifting off of his mind. And she checks on him and says, "Hey, couldn't really sleep, huh?" And he's like, "Nah, I can't really shut my brain off. I'll turn it down, sorry." And he sees a ticket to the moon. It's like 250,000. Just, it's like, oh, that's not as expensive as I thought. And she's like, oh, so you remembered. And then she goes back.
Maybe Lucy's just really into crypto.
Yeah, maybe. To the moon.
That's the twist. Just like the nipples twist.
The nipple twist. I also see that his arm is still shaking. So yeah, he's going downwards for sure. Then we see Faraday is talking to the Arasaka people now, and they want to know what the Militech people know already about their stuff. And he basically says like, well, information is my bread and butter, so I need some reassurances before I'll talk. And they're like, yeah, no worries, we're gonna pay you where they didn't. They were fools not to do so. And yeah, so they agree and guarantee him compensation. And they also say, we want everyone eliminated that knows about the cyber skeleton project. And he says, well, deal, no problem. And they also commission him to find the rogue runner who's been fucking with them every time they try to recover the corrupted data they lost in a Tanaka accident. And he also takes that job. And I actually thought at that point David is gonna get that job, but it's gonna be Kiwi who's getting that job.
She has "we" in her name.
God, you're beyond repair, aren't you?
It is, you know.
So
What year is it?
I don't know. 2077 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kiwi. This episode has so much booba. It really does. It really does. Which is not a bad thing. It's a bad thing for, the stream. So yeah. David and Peeps finish a job, killing Peeps and stuff, and he hesitates at some point as he is reminded of that woman he randomly killed. And Rebecca saves him, wonders what the fuck is wrong with him. He says, sorry, my bad. Just more things that he's kind of starting to lose it. And after the mission, Rebecca follows him.
I relate.
Sorry?
I relate.
Yeah. So they just have a little walk, if you will. Let me get some nice little picture for that. There we go. Nothing that's gonna get me in trouble. So yeah, Rebecca follows him. Kiwi says that she has to be somewhere as well, which is possibly the Faraday visit. So yeah, Rebecca takes a walk with David and tells and asks him if he's okay, because this wasn't the first time that happened, and you should probably lay off the implants for a while, because I don't want you to end up like that guy, that pissing guy that killed my brother. And she tells him that he is the only one she looks after so closely, and I'm gonna put my life in your hands. And it's like, don't you worry, I'll protect you. And then they just smile. It's just like a nice little conversation that they care about each other. Characters, it's good.
Yeah, I wonder if he got like an augmented penis.
I don't think he has yet. But yeah, this is what I said earlier. We're doing pretty much the things that I was wondering why we didn't do that with Maine. We're just doing that all now with David, where he just slowly gets more psyched up towards the throughout the episodes. So yeah. Yeah, and assumes that he goes home, right? So, and he's still kind of moping over the woman he killed, and we see that he had these hallucinations during the thing he did in that mission in the beginning. He got those hallucinations where weapons come out of the people, out of their arms and stuff, and it's like the BD from JK a while back that made him panic. And so yeah, that's his hallucination, and then he shot them both because they thought he was in danger, but no, he was just starting to psych out. And then he just topples over, and Lucy gets him to dock to let him get it checked out there. And
then he discovers that he needs a really amazing penis.
Yeah, but they don't get there. He doesn't get it installed. He's just
he's too much of a pussy.
Yeah, no, he's kind of psyching out again, because we get this visual from Doc where he just sees all these eyes, and it's kind of freaky. Yeah, and the Doc basically asks him, say, hey, when did this start? And he's like, oh, a while back. And goes like, well, you're doing all these things. You thought you're special, but you're not really. And you know what? You're already 1 foot in the psycho zone. So no matter how impressive it has been so far that you will be able to withstand all these parts, you should probably lay off the things for a while. But they will refuse and tells him, just give me better medicine. And Doc tells him there's no such wonder medicine. And then David chokes him to the wall. and tells them, I don't give a shit, just give it to me and take my fucking money. Just fucking give me the thing. I can't stop right now.
I'll drink your blood. I'm not psycho.
I'm not psycho. But yeah, he's going more and more to psychotism. You can see the eye thing going on here and everything. And I think he even has like some eye twitching when he's choking the guy.
It was so nice of them to also adapt the glitches and the bugs of Cyberpunk. Complete experience.
So yeah, but before he can do any shenanigans, Lucy wakes up and is like, hey, what you doing? He's like, oh god, I'm doing a baptism. And then he gets another batch of medicine, which is way stronger than normal medicine. He says, don't ask where I got this, but this is the last medicine I can give you. After you take this, there's no coming back.
I thought you said a batch of medicine for a second.
Like a badge, not a batch.
No, like a batch, but then like a woman called Madison.
Oh. Yeah, we got a batch of medicines.
Yeah, Ashley Madison, get all those deets leaked. That's why that's what Lucy is really suppressing is all the logins to Ashley Madison that are going to be leaked and submitted to spouses. She doesn't want him to know that she's been on that website. Because that would be bad.
This Ripper Dog has no name. We never get to know his identity whatsoever. Yeah, that's something I learned now, because I thought that was just his name. But then I learned that they're just all called Ripper Dogs. So there you go. And yes, James pointed out, this is military-grade medicine. Exactly. Medicine. Yeah, and then on the way home, Lucy and David have another talk-see. A little one. And
I know you've been on Ashley Madison, Lucy.
They just talk about what's been going on, really. And he tells her it's like I shot a woman just like that because she was the same age as my mom, and she had a son just like me during that age, and says maybe I am actually going crazy. And Lois reminds him, yeah, you might be a bit sturdier, but you're still human. And he says, no, I have to be different. I withstood the Sandy, and I can't stop now. Like, my mom and Maine left me something to do, and he hasn't really done anything yet. And he then asks Lucy, are you coming back? Like old times, working together. She says, I can't yet. She has something to do before that. And when he asks what it is, she says she can't say yet. And he needs to wait a bit longer. Then he tells her, maybe we need to go separate ways because apparently you don't seem to trust me with whatever you're doing. And before they can continue their conversation, she gets signaled again that someone is recovering the data. And it's like, I'm sorry, I gotta go. Where to? And she's like, I can't tell you, but we talk home. Just wait for me there. And then she runs away. And yeah, it's basically just a trap that has been set up by Faraday and Kiwi so they can capture Lucy. And they successfully do so. Whoops. Commentaries are strong. There's about quality. A Faraday cage, if you will. Hey. So yeah, she's capture-rooney now. And I'm gonna try to get to this a bit faster because Meme is already dying. You have only yourself to blame, meme. You agreed to the time.
That's true. I think I know what mistake I made, and that is I forgot that daylight savings had crossed over since we were doing She-Hulk time. So I think I'm a couple of hours ahead of where we were normally doing it.
Oh, gotcha.
So that might be why this mistake in timing has occurred. But that's okay. I now know to account for these things. We live, we learn, we see the sunrise, we see 6:30 in the morning.
It's fine. Only 2 more episodes. You got this. You got this.
Yeah.
So yeah, David and company are now ready to get a job where they supposed to just smash and grab an Arasaka convoy. A big hit for 2 million eddies. And we show Kiwi and then cut to her talking with Faraday about the info she got from the deep dives into Lucy. And Faraday wonders if David's actually going to withstand the Sandy. And Kiwi says that Arasaka does after seeing his chemistry with the part. And she also tells him that Tanaka wanted him back at the academy because of that. So he can test it on David. All information we already know, but the characters established them between each other. Good. So basically that's why she hid that info. So no one would go after David anymore because of that Sandy. And also that's why she killed all those people that tried to recover it. So yeah, frying at Tanaka was basically just tying up a loose end. Faraday then says that Dorio and Main were just collateral damage in her scheme, which I don't think it's true. Which we know is not true. I don't think it was her intention to get them killed. Because she was under the assumption that she killed Tanaka already, and then they would all just run away together. Because she even asks in that scene, it's like, oh, where are those two? And when she realized what was going on, that was hopeless, that they had to cut their losses, as she put it. So it weren't like any planned deaths or anything, but Faraday thinks that was planned. And he says, so much carnage for one so petite. How much did she kill to just save one? Like, yeah. Kiwi also finds out about her background, and Faraday is happy that they can use her as a bargaining chip to get up the ladder. And he even wants to help Kiwi, so she can help him further to get even wants to get her immunity. Because he points out, I have immunity, but you do not. But if you help me, I'm going to make a deal for you. And basically says, if you want to do well in this world, you have to be nice with the corpos. And yeah, he wants to get David as well as a bargaining chip, and he has a plan. And this is basically where this convoy is coming in. Because Faraday ordered the decoys. Oh no, they do the job, and Faraday ordered the decoy squad that basically gets annihilated immediately, which makes the convoy split up. And the plan is just kind of unraveling throughout the episode as well. So I'll mention it wherever it points in fit. And yeah, in between, he asks the others if they in this job, but they're all in, of course. And this is where we start to get those silly action scenes where they just flip all these cars over each other and whatnot.
It was like they were a bunch of a bunch of children's building blocks, like Jenga things, and you just threw a ball at them.
Yeah. Let me just put this convoy here on screen.
We've got a great big convoy.
So yeah, the decoy is only there to basically get annihilated and make the convoy split up. And when the convoy split up, they go for the van that is interesting to them. And then yeah, we get another flashback where he's struggling and has a fuck ton of immunosuppressors. And he says he needs to ask something of Becker, but we don't get to know what yet. And yeah, in the car she tells him, don't use the Sandy though. And they get rid of the first car by doing shenanigans as well. And then
Don't give him a handy.
David instantly uses his handy to take over the other car. Like he shoots him in the face, everything, and then he blows the other one. And they want to blow up the big van, so it stops. So they put some explosives on the back, ram it, and everything just explodes. But the van doesn't care because it's heavily armored. And David just uses his handy again, goes to the front and realizes, wait, there's no driver in here. This shit is on autopilot. That's weird. And then we get Faraday's POV. And because he talks with his client on Arasaka side and tells them they can have their field test now. And he goes, perfect ambush, perfect, it's going perfectly. Exactly as anticipated, how I saw it. Very, very good work, Faraday. All projections green, are on track, tabs open, leaks out, Militech knows as well. They know about the convoy. You're getting your field test. Of course, assuming he, the boy, can wield the cyber skeleton. He says he'd better. If you can't stomach it, gets cold feet. Our recovery crew will face a Militech battalion. A stalemate. Bloody. That's our aim. No need to worry. My pawns are in place. Yes, my opening all set. So please, sit back, relax, enjoy the show. But David is still like, we need to get that cargo. But how are we gonna do that? I wonder. Well,
with anime.
With the power of God and anime. So, I'm just gonna put this picture up, and you can guess what that means.
Movies?
So, David still wants to stop the truck to retrieve whatever is in there. And
kind of like
he makes the others in the car shoot a harpoon next to the van he's on. And he starts his sandy and he thinks that, no one's here to slap sense into you now, but I need to remember, I'm special, so I just gotta go for it. So he grabs the harpoon, runs around the van, around a big rock, and just kind of locks it in place, and then uses all his strength abilities to hold it down, and then he makes the other one hit the brakes of the car to I don't know, get like tension on the cable, I guess, and flips the van and the other cars, which makes the van topple over, slide off the ledge, but only on the first one. It doesn't go all the way down. And they did it. Also, the ones in the car are fine. It's fine.
So it's a shame that they cut Wile E. Coyote's training montage at the beginning, because I think this does come a bit out of nowhere without it, I think.
I don't think the van would flip. You know what? I think so too. I think it would just drag the small ass car and just go further. It doesn't give a shit. But yeah, it just topples over like this, and he's like, oh, yeah, I did it. Thanks, main hand. We did it. Yeah, this is a very anime scene. No other way to explain it. It's just it's a bit silly that.
You're also being very brave with your scrolling right now. I'm proud of you.
Weird physics fuckery considering how big the cyber skeleton is. Yeah.
Did you mention that it was also a rocket harpoon?
I mean, I said they shoot out a harpoon, but yeah, it's a rocket harpoon. That's true.
Yeah, like he doesn't just grab a normal harpoon out the air. He grabs one that is being propelled by a rocket engine.
It's installed. It's installed in the car. They have like a big red button they have to press, and it shoots out.
This is what I'm saying. They cut Wile E. Coyote, who would have supplied these weapons, surely, and taught them how to defy physics. So,
Just have a
you know,
call to the Acme Corporation.
yeah, like that's, Arizaka is future Acme, I believe.
You served me well once again, Hand. Yeah. It's a really annoying trope that it's easy to flip trucks like this. Yeah, the truck would just don't give a shit about that rope.
It's a magic rope made of rope.
So yeah. God damn it. Wrong button again. So yeah. Where is the then we see that Arasaka sends a transport to Faraday to get Lucy and them. And yeah, they're about to get the cargo out of the van. But the other peeps from the convoy arrive and they're like, oh shit, they're coming back. But then they get blasted to shit by that battalion of Militech peeps. And yeah, because those are the ones that have been noticed by Faraday. It's like, hey, the thing is over there. You might want to grab this. Obviously, he's playing both sides. He's actually working for Arasaka right now. But Militech doesn't know that. He just tells them, hey, that cyber skeleton is over there. And go grab it. Idea being either that battalion gets smooshed instantly by that cyber skeleton, or if not, and he chickens out, that Arasaka's squad is already underway, and then they would have to fight it out. So yeah. So yeah, Kiwi has opened the hatch magically all of a sudden. Remember, she's part of the plan, so she's just kind of doing the things as they need it, or as Faraday needs it. And they see there's this full cyber suit in there that Arasaka thinks is going to take them over Militech if they put it on the market. And yeah, they use Lucy's voice to tell David that he needs to use the cyber skeleton. Lucy's voice, David Calm. Yeah. Needs to put on the suit if he wants to survive. And they even use the words, I believe in you, which is obviously very powerful to hear for him. But that's info they definitely got from that deep dive, so it makes sense they would take this. Kiwi has probably seen that info, and they use that against him. So obviously he jumps immediately down there to put on the suit because he doesn't see any other way. And yeah, Kiwi has already prepped this van, which is also very luckily a mobile installation unit they set up.
Nothing suspicious at all.
No, they were just like, that is really lucky.
Thank God.
And Rebecca also tells him, no, don't use this. You're just gonna get psyched up crazy. But he obviously doesn't listen, so he jumps right in. And it looks like a pretty vile installation because there's needles everywhere, which are full of immuno flim-flams.
Yeah, and because a lot of his body is already artificial, he's got to get all of that taken off and then have the stuff put back in.
Yep.
Pretty gruesome.
Yeah. So yeah, he gets ready to do this, and then Lucy wakes up, comes to herself, frees herself, and instantly calls David to tell him, it's like, no, don't do this. This is a trap. You need to not use the suit. But he's already inside the thing, so he's already getting suited up, and he also doesn't see any other way to actually get out of there. So yeah, he knows this is all a trap, but yeah, he decides to use it anyway because he needs to do that so he can save the people he loves. But then we see that Faraday catches up to her because he put in a failsafe. Very nice, very smart man that he did that.
Yeah.
Not a dumbus. Like, she runs away for a little bit, but then they get close to her and then goes like zip, zip, zip. No running away for you anymore. And
Wait, are you telling me this is like almost like a chess game or something? Like it probably like it should be like two smart antags
mm,
actually going back and forth in believable way. Oh no! What? I was told that was illegal.
that is very illegal. But yeah, Faraday then calls
just,
what?
oh, just the image on screen.
I was like, ah.
Just all the pained faces.
Yeah. So yeah, then he calls David, showing him that he's got Lucy, and hey, you definitely need to put on the suit. I don't think you can take it, but Arasaka thinks you do. So you better do something, or you're just all gonna die. Because now I just have my foot on her face. Maybe I can just shoot her right there. And shows it to David. It's like he's rapidly becoming super angry, and he's like near psycho. You even see like this little bar go up. It's like, oh, he's already psycho. He goes like, ah. But then Rebecca jumps up from the thing and puts immunophilisms and just immediately calms down. He's like, okay, I'm still angry, but I'm fine. And he tells Rebecca's like, oh yeah, they got her. We need to save her. So I need to get this here so I can get us out of here. This has all been a setup, but there's no other way. Kiwi, in the same time, knocks out Falco because they were supposed to go grab the car. And yeah, she's doing her job here and says like, hey, Faraday, I'm Dunzo here. I'm gonna get the heck out of here. And he tells like, yeah, Militech know that you're coming, so don't you worry, you're free to pass. And she is out of here for now. And yeah, basically next he uses the suit and absolutely fucking destroys the battalion of Militech. Like, that suit has magnetic fields, anti-grav tech, it can like float, it can attract weapons and then you can use them. He can use gravity to smash things into the floor. Like, it does all kinds of crazy shit. And it's a beefy boy. It's a beefy boy, that suit. Let me see if I can find a thingy here. Yeah, there it is. Look at this. And yeah, it is a prototype. It's not completely tested, and that's why they needed him, because he seems to be pretty immune to thing. And yeah, he basically became a Gundam. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck him up with your gun, damn.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, instead of blocking water, it blocks life.
Yeah, and auto Mountain Dew injectors. With or without Chimkin? It's important to know. Does it have an ad block? I don't know. It might have.
No, it's got a bit of everything, really, so I would assume so.
So yeah, I guess Arasaka got their field test. And yeah, he absolutely destroys that battalion. Probably destroying all expectations Arasaka had there. Because, man, this thing is strong. Yeah, he's just completely demolishes, and someone manages to not get hit once, so that's nice. That's lucky for him, I guess. Because mind you, his torso is not invulnerable. His torso is normal. He does block some of them, but mind you, there's like tanks and rocket launchers everywhere, so I'm actually not kind of convinced that he would be able to pull that off, because he does stop his speed flames once in a while. So I don't know.
Yeah, there's a few points later on as well where he's getting hit by missile fire and stuff, and he's holding humans in his arms, and they're fine. It's there's some dodge in there.
Wrong one. Probably should have been torso armor. Yeah, I was surprised there wasn't any.
So they want a big gorilla shirtless look. I presume.
Yeah. And yeah, they absolutely destroy this, and basically after the fight, they decide to go after Faraday for betraying them and save Lucy. Ba-dum-bum.
Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun.
Yeah, so there's the thing. Boom. Just cross them. That is a very quick frame. I thought it would be longer. But yeah. That's that. Hey Metal, have you ever contemplated that Shorf is a Wumbo word? It sounds kind of Wumbo-y now that you say it.
Everything is wombo if you believe hard enough.
Exactly. 40k baby carriage. Nice. Oh man. No, not to mention the suit was originally for Adam Smasher. Yeah, they mentioned that in the last episode. Oh yeah, that's probably why it doesn't have chest armor, because he's already chromed up there anyway. Yeah, it was who doesn't need chest armor. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Gotcha.
Yeah, he's got chesticles instead.
He does have the chesticles. Alrighty. Next episode. That's a massive intellectual reviewer. Wow, rude.
How does it feel to be rude?
Polish is full of wumbo now that you mention it. I don't even know how to say that one. I can't even attempt that. That's fine. Oh boy, now we get the Blues Brothers 2000 crash scene, but in Cyberpunk, in Edgerunners.
Yeah.
So yeah, they want to go after the boys for kidnapping Lucy, and they have to fend off a couple of leftover Militech peeps that are following them. But they need David to rest a bit, so they have to fend for themselves for now. So they yeet a car with the harpoon in front of them, which just makes them all crash and explode. Let me see if we can grab this here. So they have the harpoon in the car. I was going frame by frame. So this is their plan. They crash into it. And they do the thing where it just scoops up the van. Holy shit, they make big jumps in frames. Jesus. It flies back. Oh, right, they replay it. Boom! And a third time. But this time without the guy that's impaled in here.
Oops.
So then car physics happen. There's 4 more of these. This lands there. Flips over all 4 of them. Flippy-doo. It's flippin' even more. And then the van gets more speed or less, and then all these crazy things happen. And everything gets yeeted away, and explosions, and she starts shooting everything, and I don't even know what to say. It's just nuts. And then boom, 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 boom. They're all dead.
Boom, boom, Jenga tower fall.
Oh, this is madness. Nothing of this works. Where did the harpoon go? Did they just let go of it at some point?
They only had one.
No, I mean, did they disconnected from their car.
Yeah, they only had one, and it only works in the desert, and it only works in that scene, and it only works under the sun, and it's a solar-powered harpoon, you see. So, obviously, they needed to catch the sun just right in order for it to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blues Brothers car chase scene cranked up to 11. Yeah, with more explosions. Less cars, but more explosions.
Yes, and this is a comedy.
So yeah, now David is dreaming or psyching pretty hard, needs more dosages. And he even hallucinates about his mom telling him that he has it in him to get on top of the Arasaka Tower after he sees them approaching the tower. David also has to fend off more peeps, but this time from Arasaka this time, because the recovery team is here. And I don't know why they have any thoughts of them being able to even get them. I just have to assume no one told them that they just obliterated a whole battalion of Militech people. But they try. But yeah, we hear that David asked Rebecca before the mission to hit him with that mat that was that military mats that has a way higher dosage. I want to say dosage all the time. Dosage that he got from Doc on his last visit in case he loses it, which he is probably very close to. And yeah, keep in mind the side effects of this medicine, this military grade, is gonna stack the more he take it, and by the last vial he takes, he's gonna probably rubber band all the way back over to the edge, to the psych flames. So yeah, Keevan calls Faraday that, you know what, David is doing way better than expected, and he will surely come for us next, so I'm gonna skip town, just give him my cut, and the job is done. But Faraday tells her, no, not quite, I need you here for backup, so... And also we earn it, we deserve it to see each other one more time. And for some reason, she fucking agrees, and I don't know why. Just like, I guess. And then you ask yourself, what am I doing? It's like, yeah, you're being a fucking idiot, that's what you're doing. Because obviously he wants her back because she knows about the cyber skeleton, and he has the task to get rid of everyone who knows about it. So yeah, get wrecked. Thing is, I also don't know what their backstory is. It seems like they know each other, but I don't know. We never seen them interact besides the few times we see them, which is all business, so I don't know. So yeah, then we see that Arasaka personnel is realizing that David is fucking up all kinds of shit for them. I mean, there's just even more car stuff where they just all topple on top of each other. David uses the gravity punch to make a hole, and then everything just kind of... They just jump around, and there's explosions, and I really don't like this action scene. It's fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb.
I have gravity now.
I think Meme is psyching out as well.
You know.
So yeah, this is just a lot of action that it makes no sense. As we already pointed out, Kiwi then gets killed by Faraday, or shot, and then she kind of gets away for a little bit. Oh yeah, Arasaki personnel, the one that made the deal with Faraday, realized, according to their path calculation, that there's a high possibility for David to be on their way to the tower. And they don't know why, because according to their information, he shouldn't even know that they're involved. And obviously Faraday told that to David. So they figured that Faraday has done some shenanigans, which, yeah, we know he did. And they plan to alert security here, which will alert the higher-ups, but it seems to be the best option they have at the moment. And they're just gonna hide in the dust, as they say. Yeah, then Kiwi gets shot, and she kind of runs away, and they go after her. the Crystal Grid Moro peeps, and they crash them in different ways. And then we see that Max Tag has been dispatched, and like things are rapidly going out of control. This is like all kinds of action and flim flam stuff. Like David uses the Sandy to get into the machine, the transporters and everything. I mean, I don't know what else to say. There's just a lot of explosions and silly things that I know it doesn't really go well with the rest of the action we have seen so far. Where it's just like shooting and everything, and he just go fucking absolutely nuts. So yeah. Anyway, this is going out of control, and this is gone way beyond Arazaki's original means. So they get Adam Smasher. They get the Merc. And obviously has been mentioned before in this story, as we talked about. And yeah, he's like super duper chromed up, and apparently a legend from a war X years ago. And he's now here to be sent to stop David. And
oh, I get it. I get why they called him David now. I get it. He's about to fight Goliath. Well done. Well done. Well done.
Really?
I mean, I'm getting a brainwave right now. I'm assuming they called him David so he could eventually fight a Goliath.
Very smart.
Yeah. Also, they had a harpoon, and no one, not me, not chat, not you, not the show, no one said get over here. The joke just sat there and rotted. I can't believe that joke sat there. I feel like.
Can you say it again? I'm Ahab.
Ahab. Get over here.
Oh, it's just get over here. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, like the scorpion from the Mortal Batcom.
Meme is rotting too. We all should be ashamed. Yeah. So yeah. And now we're ready for the big standoff. Kiwi calls the other ones who was about to die. It's like, hey, here's the location of Lucy. They're taking them to the tower, and then she gets shot to shit. So she's dead now, because the other ones followed her, and she was just kind of lying there waiting to die. And they, oh yeah, right. They use the car, ramp it up, and crash into the transporter Faraday is in, which gives David the opportunity to get on top of the transporter. And one of the Faraday contacts sends the other ones like, you're gonna be the fall guy, I won't be, fuck you. So don't let this David guy get in here. Also take Adam Smasher with you. Then hey, look, David is on top of the tower, like his mom told him.
Like King Kong.
Like Kling Clang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he talks to himself like, hey, I made it to the top of it. Like, not the way his mother really envisioned, but he's here now. And he's only one vial left of the immunotisms. And says he's nothing to lose, nothing left over, but to save Lucy and then, well, probably die.
Yeah.
And he yeets himself into the room, or the hangar, if you will, where Adam Smasher and everything is just hanging out. Blah 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 blah. No, he goes on Smashes Faraday, shoots all the... Wait, what the fuck did I write here? That's not even a real sentence.
Yes, it is. You just gotta believe.
So yeah, he goes in, smashes Faraday, shoots all the security, and before he can shoot the boss man that is supposed to be a fall guy, Adam Smasher gets in there and they have their confrontation. And yeah, they have a little talk where they seem to kind of think they're both be the same-ish. Like they both think they're special and can take it. But obviously Adam Smasher can take it way better because he's basically only Chrome and he's just going around killing shit and is very good at this. It is 7
Yes.
o'clock, correct. But yeah, difference being Smasher's already handling himself, is completely decked out, basically a full cyborg. And as we soon see, has no fucking chance against Adam Smasher, which I quite like.
As do I. And I again, where was this boss fight in the game when my character was barely wearing any clothes, had no muscles, had barely any ogs, yet I came up to him with a shotgun and he died. What happened?
He had a sick day that day.
Okay, I will accept that.
So yeah. Here's the thumbnail again, but full screen. But yeah, Faraday is about to leave, and he's getting distracted by the trauma team that's getting him out of there. And Adam Smasher be just like, "Hey, distracted, are you?" and shoots him right in the gut. And that annoys David greatly. So he gets super fucked off, goes into super psychosis, and uses the Sandy so hard that it looks like he split in 4 people. Then he like grabs Lucy, kills the Met team that came to get Faraday, yeets Faraday off the tower where we see him splash on the floor a little bit later.
Yeah.
But then we see, hey, Smasher is just able to follow him along. Reason being, he has a Sandy himself. And he even calls it a rudimentary implant later on. Like, it's nothing special to him.
It's like, oh, this old piece of shit.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I guess I use that too. And as James pointed out, Smasher literally calls the prototype garbage. Yeah. So yeah, Smasher is definitely very competent. Like, he doesn't... It's funny because he says early on, he says, he's not even worth my time. And you feel like, it's just going to be this thing and they're going to have a crazy fight. It's not a crazy fight. It's very one-sided. It's basically just David getting time for the other ones to escape. So yeah. He just kind of jumps off the building and he shoots a rocket at David, who, by the way, has Lucy in his hands now. And that doesn't seem to matter. I think that's what you were referring to, me, when he's just having people in his hands and gets shot at, but the people are fine.
Yes, that was I was just like, oh, is this going to be a tragic moment where she's dead? She's like, no.
Yeah. David trying his best, Smasher's just chilling. He's like, just get this over with. All these people are dying. It's so boring. I just want my money. I want to go back home and play video. So as you can see in this picture, David is psyching hard and Lucy just barely gets him back to his senses. And she tells him that she didn't want him to put on the suit or even save her. All she wanted for him was to live. And then he says, well, I don't really have anything left anymore. And I couldn't save my mom, couldn't save Maine. So I had to save her. And this was the only way to do it. So she should take her dream to go to the moon and live it out for him. Oh, it's all coming back. She found that silly in the beginning, and now that's what she's gonna do.
Yeah, fuck, pee on the moon.
Not only that, one of the first things Smasher points out is that the anti-gravity movement is terrible, and the whole thing crumples when it's destroyed. Yeah, and that's exactly what happens, actually. He's very, very knowledgeable about this prototype because it was supposed to be built for him, obviously. So he has even less problems getting rid of David in this thing. Right, so yeah, basically she should do what he has been trying to do, living the other people's dreams, like as moms and mains. Even though she, at least in the beginning, when they first met, found that very silly. Then they land all the way on the bottom, and scratch their way down, like they get into the side of the building, and they have like the epic landing and stuff. They put Lucy in the car, and then, oh boy, Rebecca tells her, "Oh, I'm happy you're safe for David's sake." And then she sees something approaching from the top. She's yelling, "Come on, we're having a moment here." Unfortunately, it's Adam Smasher, and he lands right on top of Rebecca, instantly crushing her to her death.
She's fine.
No, she's dead.
She can walk it off.
No, she's dead.
She still has one eyeball left.
She said she just didn't want to dodge. She just wanted to shoot.
Yeah.
Just gets freaking pancaked. Yep. Yeah, so that's sad. Poor Rebecca.
Waifu is dead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is also where Faraday fell from the got yeeted from the tower. Like he's also falling, and you see his 4 eyes rolling around. As someone in chat just pointed out. She died as she lived. Cringe.
Oh my goodness. So I'm glad someone pointed out what those eyeballs were, because those eyeballs showed up during a moment where I had looked away, and I thought that David had just splattered for a second, and I was so confused about what happened.
Oh no, David, what happened? Where did all these eyes come from? But yeah, so they land somewhere below the street, I think in like some car park or something, actually not entirely sure.
I think it's a garden that's underneath Arizaka Tower. I think there's a level in the game.
Okay. So yeah, Rebecca's dead. He punches Falco away. And now David is angry, and they start their 1v1 fight. I call it fight loosely. David is being pretty close to going full psycho now. He's like spitting blood everywhere. He's trying his best, but he's just has no chance. Lucy's still in the car. Falco gets in the car. After Lucy tries to hack Smasher, but Smasher just looks at her, is like, "Stop it," and just does one hand gesture and just hacks her back and fries her thing a little bit. Like it's not, he's not even phased. He just looks at her, is like, "Nah."
Not happening.
Not happening. So yeah, he doesn't want to let Lucy and Falco get away, and gets distracted, which gives David the chance to distract him a little bit, and then he just gets fucking annihilated. David gets fucking wrecked because Smasher is like, "Oh, really? He's still there?" And just rips the anti-grav system out. And as he said, just makes David crumble, snaps the sandy spine and everything, and he's just getting beaten up like crazy. And yeah. As I already said, I think it was the right choice. Adam Smasher has been teased as this legendary war mercenary. He's super good at what he does. Has probably better equipment than David. Or at least is much more well-versed with the equipment. And also, the suit was built for him originally. So, yeah, it's just in his testing phase. And, yeah, he's better equipped than knowledge, experience, and probably everything else. So he just fucks him up and kills David.
Yeah.
He's, don't want to fuck around with Adam Smasher. Unless it's in the game, apparently. That seems to be pretty easy. Yeah.
All you need is a mini skirt and a shotgun that can shoot through walls.
Oh.
You're good.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, David is dead-a-rooney. dying with a smile on his face because he was able to save at least Lucy. And Lucy got the message, you go to the moon and live the dream. And that's what she does. Living the dreams. Like, yeah, the moon. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought she's going to take off her helmet and kill herself here. I don't know why.
I thought that too. I thought she was going to, because I thought because I thought she was going to go psych. I don't know. She seemed to be losing it a little bit by hallucinating. So I thought, oh yeah, she's going to kill herself, become one with the moon.
Yeah. Someone chatted says, I thought so too. And yeah, everybody died except Falco and Lucy, if I'm not mistaken.
And they yeeted them off to the moon so that we don't have to think about them.
Oh, okay, neat.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what happens to her after. I hope Falco is fine. He seems like a nice guy. Not that we get to spend a lot of time with him, but yeah. Falco survived, that's all that matters. Falco is alive in 2077. Oh, he's still around? That's good. Good for him.
Yeah.
I like this mustache. Yeah. So yeah. That's Edgerunners. Falco did not go the moon. You can call him in 2077. Yeah. I mean, I do wonder, is he gonna stay on the moon? Because this just looks like she took a tour. So you think she's gonna go back? One-way trip is $250K. I'm just gonna stay here. Can I get some more air? It's like, that's not in your package.
Well, okay, I can hold it.
Yeah. Also, yeah, David also said Falco should split the cash he got between them. So he even did this. Main better than David, better than Kiwi, better than Lucy, everyone else. Think it's a colony. Okay, she can't go back. They talk about getting enough for a two-way. Sounds like an average anime fare. 50K, that's pennies compared to my fat bank account. Regardless, I cry. So yeah, I think it was an enjoyable watch. It goes fucking crazy at the end, which I didn't enjoy as much as the beginning. And as I said multiple times, this would have greatly benefited from probably double the runtime.
Fuck yes.
There are so many characters I would have liked to explore more. More like the plans going more. I just wanted to see them going on like a mission or something, where we see more of them. The weird actionisms at the end is I don't know. I mean, a lot of people say it's Trigger. They do this all the time. It's like, yeah, but in like the other ones that I've seen, it fit the setting. You know, here just kind of goes overboard. I feel like because Trigger did oh no, the fucking name escapes me. Hang on. Fucking Kill la Kill. Yeah, Kill la Kill. That's like super crazy. Obviously the where is it? Gurren Lagann. Yeah, those were like Gurren Lagann is an experience. If you haven't seen Gurren Lagann, that shit is fire. It goes so fucking off the rails, and you have no concept of what is even logical anymore. It's just, that is an experience that I greatly enjoyed.
Do the rails have rails that are not on it?
Yes. Watch Darling in the Franxx if you want maximum disappointment in Trigger. They did that? That didn't even look like something they would make. I don't know. That never really interested me, Darling in the Franxx. I don't know. Never really got anything out of that. It was like, I want to watch that. Fight the Power. Yeah, it's a banger soundtrack as well. There's some good bangings. Darling was a cooperation between Trigger and A1. So I guess they had to tone it down a little bit. It's unfair compared to Arcane, which had nearly double the time. Well, it's nowhere near Arcane in this state. And Arcane had like 1 hour episodes each, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah.
And they had like they worked like 7 years on this. I don't know how long they had for this. It's definitely not 7
Not
years.
as long.
Definitely not 7 years.
No.
Yeah. I think it gets like I guess the story beats, they get those right. You can follow along what they do. But it's very, very, it feels very rushed. They built this intense mystery for 19 episodes and they destroyed with exposition dumps in episode 19. I guess for Darling in the Franxx. Is that Black Lagoon? I don't know. Groomantisms. So yeah, I don't know. I think enjoyment-wise, maybe a 7-ish. And
yeah, that's about my score. Yeah.
For you too? Okay. And I don't know. Storytisms, objectivisms, maybe a 5, 4.5, something along those lines. I did enjoy it a lot, but this could have been easily like a solid 8, I think, if you would have had more time.
Yeah, I'm so exhausted. I can't really give a definitive number there, but I think it's between 4 and a 6. Somewhere in between there.
So yeah. Well, there you go. That's this. That's the thing. Do I want to play Cyberpunk now? No. Yeah. Gurren Lagann is about someone saying, you can't do that, and then the protagonist saying, oh yeah? Well, I did. Too bad. Regardless of it breaking the laws of their tone or laws of physics. Yeah. Dude, I watched Gurren Lagann once, and I watched the first half, like, okay, I see what they did there. And then the second half, they have like this crazy big city, and shit is just getting bigger and bigger. If you haven't seen Gurren Lagann, it's a fun experience.
Yeah, I should check it out.
It's good stuff. I do like a bunch of the characters in there as well. They're pretty neat.
Oh, cool.
Alrighty. Let me do super chats really quickly, and then I'll release you to Freedom Meme.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can tell you've been struggling. I know the feel. At those times of the day.
Yes.
Gurren Lagann's an amazing acid trip. I recommend you rewatch it. Metal. There's lots of actual death in the second half you probably missed. Maybe. I just enjoyed it for what it was. That was like one of those shows I binged watched on a couple of days. That actually cost me a couple of hours of sleep. I remember that. It was like, just one more episode. I want to see what shit's happening next. Like, oh, just one more.
It's the binge trap.
Yeah. All right, let me look at the super chatteroonies. There were a couple.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, Metal and Meme are having a moment here. Hope no one interrupts it. Oh, that's when we started the stream. Show the tits! I can't, I'm sorry.
Do it.
I'm sorry, I can't. My feeling when no manic pixie Netruna girlfriend. David getting cybered up. He did have Main telling him the only way to protect is to be chromed up, which will definitely make him not consider the ramifications. Yeah, that's another point you can go into. That's true. That's what I mean. You could have gone either way with that scenario, but I guess that's what they were going for in that way. He just took what Main said to heart and just went with full chroming up.
Yeah.
The tabletop game heavily implies that getting chromed up is similar to drug addiction. You know that it's hurting you, but you can't stop. Yeah, that's something I read out in between that James showed me, where the tabletop guy explained what cyber psychosis kinda is. Nice choice, but this isn't Police Squad. Nah. This fits perfectly with Cyberpunk's janky physics.
True. True.
Meme's not allowed to leave. Anyway, glad y'all enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Alright, Metal, now watch Mob Psycho 100, you lazy bum. I watched it already, but not the new season. I think that just came out, which I will check out. I enjoyed Mob Psycho, but I thought the second season went a bit too fast. That's what I remember, but it's been like 2 years since I watched that, so take that with a grain of salt. A pleasant gift this, given this versus Arcane argument, is the tie into game and world. Arcane changed a lot to fit the needs, while this merges without issue. Yeah, from what I can tell, it does a pretty good job merging with the actual game, which is obviously pretty cool. Whereas Arcane went with his with his own thingy.
Yeah, both valid choices.
Had nothing really to do with the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. We did it, meme. 5 hours. Is that the longest one again, or I forgot?
It's kind of
You don't need to check. You can barely see.
You don't know how right you are.
Oh yeah, James showed me that music video. I watched that. That was pretty cool. Just like a little story where you have some of the characters from the show, like Maine and I think Rebecca and Kiwi. That one has way better animation than the actual show, which is kind of interesting. Probably because it's way shorter. It's just a music video. But it's a pretty neat little story where a netrunner goes to a job, just needs to yank something, but then found some other information. And we get the little backstory all during the music video. It was like 4 minutes long, I think. That she lost her mother, and she finds out that it was because they got medicine from the corpos that actually has the side effects of basically frying the brain of people when they use it. But that information is not going out to the public. So instead of finishing the mission without a hassle, she starts uploading that information to a news network and shows everyone what the fuck is up with that medicine that a lot of people take because it's like a pain medicine. And yeah, she dies at the end. And it's a very well-made music video, which has really, really good animation, which I thought to be way better than in the actual show. So definitely go check that out. And James says it's set before the show. All right. But yeah, pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Still waiting for you to do a Forge on Grave of the Fireflies. Maybe at some point. You know how it be.
Anything can happen.
Anything could happen. No, come. There it was. Just like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. I'm gonna release you, meme. Thanks for hanging out. You wanna quickly plug your little stream flisms that you started doing?
Oh yeah, I do a podcast now every Wednesday called the Stream Repository, and there's also a VOD channel which I believe is linked in the description as well. And I upload the VODs there, and I also upload clips from the podcast because the podcast lends itself well to segmented clips being uploaded as well. So I figured feed the algorithm on that one.
Yeah.
Make it visible. Yeah.
Very good.
Variety show. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah.
Go watch it,
Ooh.
or meme will find you and take your blowhole away.
Yeah, and then I'll sleep on you because I'm very tired.
Why didn't
Turning
Metal
into a
do a
bed.
special 50 episode? Metal break the mold and have an anniversary every 59 episodes. It's because my 50th episode was in the middle of the sludge train and I had no time.
Haha, you have sludge.
I've been sludged on hard.
Yeah, how does it feel?
But yeah. As for me, next week I'll have John CJG on. We talk about Majora's Mask, and that should be good fun. So don't miss that. It's going to be in the Friday as well. I'll let you all know when that's gonna happen. Clockwise, time-wise, clockwise. Jesus Christ. So yeah, that's gonna be fun stuff. Other than that, we will see me stream more of good old God of War. I've been playing 1 all the way through, struggling with that last boss section because it sucks ass. And now I'm on to God of War 2, which I will probably continue tomorrow. I didn't think we're gonna be here this long, but I don't know why, because it's 10-episode show, so of course we're here long. So yeah. Edgerunners has stopped the sludge train, right, Motel? We need to know. I mean, it was definitely way better than everything I've watched during the sludge period, so yeah. No, Scron stopped the sludge train. Right, guys? That's surely didn't. Anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. Thanks for powering through me. You can go to your well-earned rest now. And yeah, I'll catch you all probably tomorrow on some Gamerooney stream. Other than that, I'll catch you around. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the generous super chats, and I'll catch you around. Goodbye.